Good morning, folks. At it again. Let's see if we can do. I don't know why it didn't occur to me to do this before. And by this, I mean have my computer beside me so I can read the chat. I think that worked pretty well last night. Oh, look, I get a little crown. All right, let's put some of this nonsense away. As you can see, sometimes this, I guess I could just slide these things right back into the slot where they go, but sometimes it's too much to ask for something. And we'll see how far we can go today with a minimum of coffee. I have plenty of coffee, just don't have a coffee maker. I didn't know that the wife was going to take a little hot water making thing. No big deal. I could have gone down the road and hit Starbucks. I just didn't feel like it. I didn't feel like dealing with that. I'd rather start this on time, because at some point I'm going to have to shut this down and go and do other things that aren't as fun. I never did check what the weather was today. We'll see. I'm not sure if we're supposed to get it here. Why don't I go ahead and do that? Let's see. Let's see what kind of weather we're looking at. I like checking weather on my phone. Oh, it's raining. It's a rainy day. Well, no mowing today. No mowing, more painting. Let's look at an hourly here. Why is this set to Mississippi? Florida. Thunderstorms, and of course, what I like to look at is the weather. Where the hell is? I mean the radar. Where the hell's the radar? Here we go. It's a problem with these free apps and things is they're chock full of things you're not interested in. We'll let it load up in a second. Okay. Yeah, it's a problem with these free apps and free sites. You know, you get what you get because you're getting it for free. So, all right, let's flip this thing over. That and that. Okay. So yesterday we had a hell of a successful paint session. Why is it showing me what's going on in Mississippi? I don't care. Oh, holy shit! We're not going to do any. We're not going to do any. We're not going to do any lawn mowing today. Holy moly! Yeah, we are right here. So that swath's going to hit us. Looks like it. Which way is it moving? Yep. That's all right. I'm going to have to leave at a point. My daughter is, well, she's below that. She's with the wife, and they're at a swimming event for all weekend. Normally I would go with them, but they had to leave earlier than I could leave work. And she's only doing one event in each one of those 2 days. So I'm like, well, if you don't mind, I'll just stay home, because I could have ran last night over there to them, but it's a whole mess of a weekend just for two little 5-minute shows. So we're going to be seeing that live. Hopefully. All right. We don't care about the weather right now. It's just going to consume bandwidth. But welcome. And we're going to be back at it. We left off painting this one guy up. last night. This is the one, I guess it's supposed to be a handgun. It fits inside the war wagon. So we got 3 more guys to do, which are these guys right here. And I want to paint one guy that is, let's do this guy next. The armored guys. And my goal is to get this stand possibly done this weekend. We'll see if that happens. I should be able to do it. And have some good chat. Had a great, normally I am burned out by the end of the week. By the time Friday gets here, I am ready for some mental relief. I'm just burned out from all the stuff that I got to do during the week. So it's unusual that I get any Friday painting of significance. And you guys kept me busy for about 3 hours, so I appreciate that. So if there's anything you guys want to talk about, I will be more than happy to talk about that. I need some new water, so I will be right back. And yeah, so I ended up leaving this. I ended up leaving this in my water cup to get some of this stuff off, which wasn't a big deal, but I guess it rusted. So we're gonna take some. I mean, this isn't a super high quality tool, but I thought this was stainless. I guess it wasn't. This is from Army Painter, so their tools do rust, and we're gonna take some. Oh, geez, I don't have enough caffeine in me already. What's that stuff called? Anyways, we're gonna sand this off with whatever the metal. I forget what it's called. Too early for that. It's too early to be challenged. Okay, waiting for folks to come on in. And, well, we're not going to wait on them. We're going to go ahead and get started. We got folks to paint. Now, this guy's got some kind of... Let's see. This guy has some type of... cover garment on here. I don't know if I want to keep the whole red yellow thing going. We could split this thing, make it look a little bit more interesting. Oh, he's going to have some kind of a hose, so on this guy, let's just do some form of white for that. And we have to paint his chin too. This is one of these guys that has a chin showing. And it almost looks like he has a armored breastplate piece on there. Let's go ahead and do that. Sometimes figuring out what, on some of these figures, what something is. A piece of armor or something like that. It is on it. If I wasn't such a slow painter, I could probably put a list of all the armies I have left to do and what the candidates are of possibly the next army. Of course, after the Russians. We got to finish the Russians up. And then have you guys vote on it. But, this isn't a democracy, okay? So I don't want to commit to the whims of the populace for the next 6 months. Or 8 months, or a year, depending on what army. If they said, okay, let's do medieval French, yeah, I won't be done with those guys for a while. So, Yeah, I got lots of stuff to do, and I want to do them all, but it's just a matter of getting around and doing them. Um, right, so we've got this color here. Would that work okay for the, yeah, I think so, for the crossbows. Let's go ahead and paint his crossbow, because it's kind of in the middle of everything. I don't have necessarily an order that I stick to, like I've got to do this first, or I just kind of go along as I figure out what color I'm going to use for each thing. I'm just kind of nomadic. Don't really have a plan. I can pretty much reach anything I need to. But I've got probably, if not all of the figures for the vast majority of the figures for, I don't know, 50 more armies maybe? That may be too many. Maybe it's more like 30. But I see. That part's metal. Got it. And they're all armies I'm interested in. The problem with it is I just found out recently that there's a certain manufacturer that is going to be making figures for one of the armies that I have most of the figures for. So I'm going to wait on that one because this particular manufacturer, I've never bought their figures because, as I mentioned before, they arrived on the scene too late for me. I already had too much lead that I had purchased, and it's not that I don't need their services, but I don't need to rebuy all the stuff that I have. But I don't mind having a couple of packs from them just to kind of supplement the look. But this because this is an irregular army, and they mentioned it on their feed somewhere else that they were going to do this army. So hopefully it's not 4 or 5 years away. But they're famous for I build an army and then we came out with figures for these. Well, geez, I just got done with them, so I don't think I'll be doing that. So we will see if that's the case. So we'll hold off on one of them, and but that doesn't really narrow it down. So we, but there's lots to choose from. I just have to decide, and I haven't decided yet, and I don't need to decide because I've got I got these guys and then the Russians to do, and the Russians I think it's 10 mounted figures, and maybe 9. I honestly don't remember. I ran out of time building the army. I have the army all built except those knights, and I ran out of time. I ran the knights at a show, at an event that I was building that army for. I won the event with that army. I substituted some Ostrogoth knights for them, and they look kind of close, I guess. I mean, the shields are more different necessarily than the equipment that the Ostrogoths are wearing. The what would be printed on the shield is more obviously different than necessarily their equipment. But they won the event, so I kind of lost interest in finishing them, and I think I've done several other armies and not finished them. So I think my Burgundians got done after them, and I'm not sure if my Turks got done before or afterwards, but that was about 3 years ago. So I figured let's go ahead and finish them. Marcin, welcome, and let's go ahead and finish these Russians, and that way we can move on, because there's definitely some good battles in the mix between some of Mitch's army. Luke loves his Teutonic Knights. I mean, if we ever get to see Luke again, Luke is on some kind of a hell schedule at work. We haven't seen him in a couple of months, but he no longer lives in this town. He lives about an hour and a half away. So he went and got another job. And Teutonic Knights and the early Poles, the Russians fight, the early Russians fight. So we can do some of those actions as well. And like I said, the whole army's done except those knights. I got a little Russian style village that I had from my micro armor days that we can paint up. Um, so it seems that is the logical thing of me to do next. Now after that, I'm not going to commit to necessarily going back and fixing my some more 2.2 armies to 3.0 status. I think I'd rather finish something from build an army from scratch. So we will see how that plays out. Oh, we're here. We might as well brighten up this metal here. But that's my thoughts on what's coming up next. So this is just extra figures that I've picked up just along the way, and might as well put them to good use. Okay, I cleaned up nicely. This guy's got something. I'm not sure what this is. Whether it's bracers of leather or something like that. It's definitely, that's what I'm going to guess. It's probably leather bracers. Okay. All right. So, let's go ahead and do the flush. We're thinking about it. Let's go ahead and do it. I have a feeling these guys are going to paint quicker than the guy from last night. And that's not necessarily because I got pulled in different directions last night, but this guy's got less stuff on him. It's a figure from Roundway, one of my favorites. I'm getting ahead of myself here. I'm not sure we go a little bit darker than that. Which apparently the owner of that company, or the current owner of that company, has been MIA for better part of a year. I've heard several people posting about not being able to contact him. He was having health issues before this whole COVID thing happened. I probably ordered from him. Well, it was just before I was doing finish my Turks. So I ended up getting them and a few other things, and it's a good thing I did because I may never see those figures again. So yeah, he was having health issues before that, so hopefully he's doing okay. Tried to get him to, hey, listen, why don't you take pictures of your figures? But he said he was overwhelmed. It almost seemed like he was doing this as a hobby. He had some other kind of a job, and he was just kind of doing this as a hobby. But I guess it would have to be because I don't know how people live doing this type of thing. For those of us just joining us, happy Saturday. Unless you guys are out in the Pacific region, it's Sunday. I'm not sure if that's happened yet. Probably not, because it's still early. 6:15 a.m. here. Okay, let's add a little bit of more lightning to this. Let's put that on there. This is one of these that I'm having to paint these fake fingers on here because the figures are almost smooth. I guess I could paint this on the back side. It looks like there's a thumb or something back here. These figures, I don't know if you can tell on here, but sometimes their castings are out of register. You know, you'll have like two halves that go in, and normally there's like mold lines in between them. And in the case of some of their figures, it's almost, instead of them meeting like this, they're shifted a little bit. So you've got one part of the half that's taller than the other one. And it's kind of an unusual thing to run into that. I sanded it down as best I could, but at the end of the day, it's, you know, it's not that big a deal. But it is kind of strange to see that because that's not a very common occurrence to see things out of register. You know, out of register like a, you know, like a counter or something like that, you'd see that the things don't, you know, work out. Oh, okay. And Europe wakes up, or Europe gets done with lunch or whatever. You just finished your Saturday night painting session. Excellent. Excellent. Welcome, folks. Yeah, well, I'm actually running with the coffee tank almost empty. The the daughter and wife took the little kettle. We have a little kettle that we pour the coffee into, like a French press, and it's also the kettle, you know, to make hot water that they use for her hair stuff. She does synchronized swimming, so she needs to put gelatin. They call it Nox to, you know, to she wears like a bun or whatever in synchronized swimming, and you know, makes kind of a shellac cover. It's almost like a helmet, so to speak. So they took that with me and then didn't tell me, and I just didn't feel like running to Starbucks. So I'm an okay. I love this stream, but would love a link to a gallery at some point. I'm pretty simple in my paint job, but the channel's inspiration. Excellent. So follow me on Facebook. That's where all of my stuff's on Facebook. It just makes it really easy to put all that stuff on there. You don't have to be involved in controversy that's on Facebook. I think that Facebook has been really instrumental to our hobby. You know, the days of posting on the miniatures page or places like that, and then having to go to another site and link the picture, and that's just too complicated. You know, so I post things on Facebook to keep myself on track. Some people say, well, people that post on Facebook, they're just like, look at me, look at me, look at. Well, you know, I need the motivation, and I'm inspired by the things people do in the hobby. You know, I don't necessarily need it for personal stuff, but yeah, for the hobby, yeah, I need to show you guys what I'm doing so that I'm motivated to do more of it. That's the whole point. If I paint things and nobody gets to see them other than me, does it really even get painted? You know, I need more. I need more motivation than that. Same reason that I don't build models anymore, because there's no point in painting something and then putting it away when you can use it in a battle. So I'm definitely happier cutting down my news time. Yeah, I don't listen to the news. Facebook's annoying, but like most things, I guess you can edit out your political aggro people. Absolutely. I You can hide people that all they do is post There's one thing when they post political stuff that to begin with, and then they post political stuff that wants to, get your blood boiling. I don't really care for any of it. I'm not. I'm not there for that. Besides, it's just lies. They're just lying to you. Stuff is being spun one way or another. Don't tell me what I want to hear. Tell me what really happened last night at such and such. Oh, well, we can't do that. You can't handle the truth. Well, then I ain't going to listen. Screw you, pal. All right, this guy looks like a guy that would have. What color leggings would this guy have? I know, somebody's going to shout purple. We don't do that. That's expensive. This guy can't afford it. If he did, he'd have a horse. And then the king would want his horse because it's purple. Um, let's do this off color. Because his shirt's got to be brighter. His cover garment. Yeah, I'm not interested. I'm not interested in the news and who the media tells us I need to dislike this week. Hey, I got a whole list of people I don't like. I don't need any help, folks. Oh man. I'm a lot happier not knowing what's on the outside world. You don't really can't do anything about it. So, damn it, we're making our own news here. And it's all positive. If you play a game that's not the game I don't play, well, that's cool. I'm not trying to convert you. You know, if is this all metal? Maybe it's all metal and not leggings at all. Well, this guy gets leggings now. If I don't like it, I could repaint it. If you paint another scale that I don't paint, that's fine. I'm not trying to convert you. You have your reasons why you do what you do. Okay, where did I leave a little spot here? Oi. Ah, here it is. Yeah, I think all of his was metal. All right, time to punt because the shoes gave it away. All right, let's go back. No big deal. But I'm not one for arguing on the internet. As a matter of fact, I um I joined a group maybe 5 years ago or something like that on Facebook. It was a painting group, and I joined it because of the name I thought was very crafty. And I'm like, okay, I could get some paint tips on here or whatever, share what we're doing. And somebody had commented about Games Workshop paints, and I made a comment somewhere along the lines of, in jest, that I like the original Games Workshop bottles. I still have some of them, but when they switched to the other one, they must have switched to them because they weren't selling any paint. Because I still have the original bottles. I still have this stuff. This stuff's still good, and incredible. You're on the subway and you're coming in. Well, on my end, I have full 5G, so I can't get any better signal here. So that's awesome. I've been on a subway before, and not to pat my own back, but this is probably well, not the most interesting thing to see on a subway because you can take interesting any which way, but just stick here. Um, if you're on a Japanese subway, you're probably too close to be able to see what's going on, though. They've got those subway stuffers and stuff like that out there. Um, but But anyways, I had made a comment, that hey, well, that's why I changed their paint thing. They weren't selling enough paint because their other paint bottles lasted forever, and I got blasted. And I'm like, no, you're a GW basher and this, that, and the other. I'm like, listen, Generally, if I post something negative on the internet, generally, like something's bad, I'll say, this company makes really good stuff, but now they're doing this. Not just like all their stuff sucks and this, that, and the other. I try not to be, you kind of have to, you can't just come out of the gate swinging. And yeah, there was kind of a bad vibe there. So I just left the group. I didn't get into some flame war. I'm like, okay, if that's how people are going to be on this group, then okay, I don't need to be around those people. So if I see something on somebody's page I don't like, I just move the other way. If they come onto my page and post things I don't like and start picking a fight, I'll just unfriend them. I mean, I don't need that in my life. I don't do that to other people's stuff. So, you know, you need to have common courtesy. If you don't have it, then, so be it. It's like I don't go to other people's door and doors at their house and try to sell them stuff. It's their house, man. You got to respect people's space. 28 millimeter Arab light horse, 10 millimeter orcs for hot. Watched Cromwell last night. Great pike and shot battles. Huh. Somebody will say they hated that movie. It wasn't me. I don't think I've seen it. I've seen which one did I see? I saw a English Civil War movie. The one that has the Roth guy in it, whatever his name is. I think his last name is Roth. I saw that one. I didn't think a lot of it. I haven't seen the Cromwell movie. I take it that's the one with Harris, which is kind of ironic to have an Irishman playing Cromwell. But um, okay, we have. We've got some kind of a cover garment here. We're going to do that in white and split it with, say, red. Okay? We're going to split it right down left and right on this guy. Those are fun to do. And Alec Guinness. You might watch El Cid next. El Cid is a very hard movie to find here in the United States. I don't know if it's a copyright thing. I didn't see it until I was working on my feudal Spanish, so that would have been like 2004. I'd never seen the movie until then. And yeah. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. So we're going to split this shirt left and right. We're going to make red on one side, white on the other. And see how there's sleeves here where there's color showing underneath there? The sleeves will be in the opposite color. So say if this side is red, then the sleeves over here will be white. If this guy's white, then the sleeves over here will be red. Let's see what that looks like and see if we can pull it off. Well, we can pull it off. The question is well, I like how it looks. And which red did I use over here? Because it seems kind of. This is the scarlet one. You're not a huge movie guy, but Wargamer research got me into a few classics. Absolutely. I'm not a huge movie guy either. I am not one that remembers lines and stuff from movies, um, unless it's the Holy Grail, of course, and only certain ones. I'm not a line uh, rememberer. All right, so let's do the dark color on this one. Yeah, war game movies. I watched. I was sit just before I was doing my Spanish, and when I was working on my Romans, I watched the series Rome on HBO, which I absolutely love, or I loved it. I've only seen it once, I think, even though I own it. I need to go back and watch it again, even though it's more political than it is combat stuff, but it's really soft porn. Maybe not even that soft at some points, but you know, I mean, they put that in there to grab some kind of the audience, certain kind of people in the audience. We just want to see people, the, we just want to see the tactics and stuff like that. I think, you know. All right, let's bring this up a little bit. This is the kind of stuff I enjoy doing, heraldry type things. Although this guy doesn't have necessarily any heraldry of his own. If he did, he'd be riding a damn horse. So it's just a slow build up. Let's switch back to the white so that we can do that. It was a little bit shocking when it came out, not so much now. Yeah, at least they weren't wearing wristwatches. What's that from? Is that like from Game of Thrones? Is that something that happened like, oh, caught him on Game of Thrones? You know, I don't mind it having that kind of, say, pornography if it's appropriate to what you're watching. I mean, Roman society was very, not uptight, let's put it that way, by current standards. So it's okay as long as it's, you know, appropriate. I remember I was at a friend's house many years ago. Many years ago? How old must I have been? 19? Was I drinking age? Let me think. I must have been just drinking age. And they had on that Caligula movie. Wow, that's some scarring shit. Okay, that's maybe not by today's standards, but whew, yeah. Because not only is that pornographic, but it's like really twisted. So you know. Anyhow, yeah, old what's his name? Malcolm. And he's been in some twisted shit, hasn't he? People have raved about the Claudius move, the Claudius series. I haven't gotten a chance to see that. Um, haven't avoided, just haven't had a chance to see it. I'm not much of a TV watcher, so um, I'd watch more if I could like watch and do this. But there's some weird stuff. There's a lot of things on television that people don't need to see unless you're really grounded in who you are. Um, CG Hobbyfly, welcome. You enjoyed Rome. It was very good. Well, it was a lot better than Kelly's Heroes. We're gonna start a tribe, man. You, me, and Patty. and people that don't like Kelly's Heroes. Actually, I'm looking to watch it again, and would probably watch it with, say, my daughter or something like that as an excuse to watch it. But it was just the '70s vibe to it that I absolutely hated at the time. I like all the actors. Um, it's just you wonder how Brits are taught Cromwell in school. Well, there's no telling. Uh, would never give you a hard time for being accurate, but I definitely love the acting and feel of the film. Yeah. How do you guys in the UK? I mean, obviously, it depends on which one of the hell. What's it called now? What is Wales? Is it a country? I mean, like England, Wales, Scotland. What would that be considered? Different countries? But the UK is a country. I don't know. They're certainly not provinces. They're more important than that. But how is somebody like Longshanks viewed? Do you guys view him as a bad guy? I mean, obviously everybody has a dark side, but I mean, obviously if you're Welsh, you think about him differently, or if you're Scottish. But how do the English view him? That's actually on my to-do list. That army. Um, don't think he'll be next, but I didn't know. I found out recently. I also haven't looked into it, and you have to remember that anything that I've learned about history was worth a damn. I kind of learned on our own. The education system just, some of us want to learn history because it's cool, okay, and it's interesting, not necessarily to pass a class. I mean, I took electives and all my history stuff, but that was many years ago. Um, I didn't know that Henry Tudor was from Wales. I didn't know that. That's interesting. But I did read, or have it read to me, as I like to say, the book on the Plantagenet by Dan. Is it Dan Jones? Dan Jones, Dan Brown. I get those two names mixed up. I think one of the guys is the guy that did the Da Vinci Code, right? And then the other one is the one that does the historical stuff that we're interested in. But the book on the Plantagenets is an excellent book. I picked up the book when it came out, and it was a softback book. I'm obviously making it hardback as well, but it has like this rubber impermeated cover. I don't know. It feels really good when you pet the cover. You know what I'm talking about. If you've ever picked up one of those books, they feel really good. But I'm like, I'm never going to read this thing because I get distracted a lot when I physically read a book. So I did the book on Audible, and it's an excellent book. Gives you some. It's one of those that I need to have it read to me again, and take notes as I go because there's some things that I want to learn more about. There's some of it that I'm not interested in. There's other characters I might want to read a little bit more about, and the narrator on it I can't recommend it on Audible because the narrator on it is he didn't work for me. Let's put it that way. But the book material is still really good. But um, he did one on the Crusades. It's actually narrated by himself that jumps around between different characters. And that one's pretty good. I need to go back to reading that. I'm like halfway through it. I got distracted by something else. But he has a good voice. I never understood why he just didn't do his own book, narrate his own book. And They have one on the War of the Roses. And the army lists for that period are just, they're both sides are basically the same. So I haven't done that. But man, that's some complicated crap. There's some complicated things that happen in say wargaming periods, and that's one of them. And the Diadiki is another one that are just like this guy's on this side, but it's Tuesday, and he's wearing pink pants, so now I'm on the opposite side, and just a lot of backstabbing and that kind of stuff. Let's see. For the majority, for the when it comes to British people, the you get their facts from movies. Yeah, I see. Yeah, that's why it's important to have accurate movies. That may be the, if you make a movie like Braveheart, most people, that's all they're going to know about that conflict. And when it's messed up like that movie, you know, it's just, it's just wrong. When I see a movie like Braveheart, okay, I watched it. I'm rooting for the English the whole time because it's totally one-sided and you know, I ain't falling for that. It's when it's obviously like a propaganda film. I'm like, nah, I don't want to fall for that crap. Let's see. He's a nasty bloke from Braveheart, basically. In truth, he was ruthless, but he was a real man in a brutal time. Absolutely. Film definitely made Cromwell look possessed of an incredible drive and made the king look inured to the repossession of lands, but somewhat glossed over his treatment of Ireland. UK is a union of four countries. Okay. So technically, the UK isn't a country. I don't know. I know what it is. I was into geography before history, so I know all that. Doing power. There's no separate parliament. I see. So there's a Scottish Parliament, a Welsh Parliament, and a Northern Irish Parliament, but there's no English Parliament. It's like built into the standard one. Okay. I think most people judge history from a pretty comfortable and peaceful place. Yeah, I wouldn't think that he would get it good from the Scottish side or the Welsh, because he went after the Welsh first. I'll bring it up again. I know several years ago I brought up, like, I don't understand the most people in the UK. It seems like if you talk about the Norman invader, they're very pro Anglo-Saxon, anti-Norman, and I'm like, to me as an outsider, and I'm totally looking at it as an outsider because you view things from the viewpoint that you're in. I mean, I'm very removed from that. I don't know that I have any ancestors on either side of that. Um, I don't have an axe to grind. But to me, the and people have given me their reasons before, but to me, the Norman invasion was just another invasion. The barbarians were there, and then the Romans came, and then the Romans set up their base, and then the Romans were bad because the barbarians got pushed back, and then they converted some of them, and then they held that back. Then Rome fell; they were on their own, and then they were kind of then the Angles and the Saxons and the Jutes invaded. So I'm like, okay, so the Norman invasion to me is just like payback for the freaking Saxons coming in there to begin with to mess with the sub-Roman British, which was really payback for them going. It's just all the same thing, but people feel really strongly about that. But yeah, I don't have an axe to grind. I was just kind of curious to see it. How that's played out. Your opinions are shaped by your life experiences, how you're raised, and what country you're from. Totally. So, or mostly. Yeah, that was interesting. I did not know. I didn't have an axe to grind or anything. To me, I'm like, what's the big deal about the Normans? Just another invader. As I like to say, is I heard somebody on a post um, many years ago, and they said, the English have never beaten the French in battle. Now, the island French have beaten the mainland French in battle, but oh, hey, it's all good. It's all good to laugh about. That's why, I was raised, the humor that I particularly like stand-up comedy, is ethnic humor. I like stuff that picks on people's countries, and we laugh about where we're all from. And at the end of the day, we're all friends. It doesn't really matter. You don't get to choose where you're from. That's not in vogue these days, but that's what I like, you know. And ooh, there's a wet spot. Um, that's the kind of humor that I like. So yeah, I'm not picking on anybody in particular. I got a friend of mine who absolutely disliked anything French. And I bet he didn't know anybody from there. And you know, people are the same. The Not that I'm a French lover, but I'm just saying, you know, there's people. You know, somebody told me one time, you know, you can't judge people from a country all being the same because it would be like if you judged everybody from this country as being a New Yorker. No, I want to have nothing to do with those folks. I am nothing like them. So, with that in mind, you know, there's uh, there's all kinds of people in all kinds of countries. So, all right, let's see what kind of Saxons I pissed off. Um, my viewpoint: Wallace was overrated, and Sterling. It was really Ray who was the mastermind of that battle. Interesting. Cromwell was not popular in Scotland. He scourged Scotland in the 1650s as punishment for their involvement in the Civil War. To be honest, I'm siding with the royalists because of the legal uniform. Talking about people who view different countries. In Sweden, the King Tristan II of Denmark is known as Christian the Tyrant since he invaded parts of Sweden. Cromwell shouldn't be popular anywhere. I was part of a petition campaign a few years ago to get recognition for the Scottish POWs who died at Durham. See, I said that right. I didn't say Durham. Cathedral after Dunbar. They now have a memorial. I'm not a stupid American. Hey, I try to pronounce things correctly. The thing is sometimes I just don't know. Um, I speak two languages and make fun of about another six, so you know, I got a clue. Cromwell isn't popular anywhere, huh? Well, you know, I'm not a fan of. Obviously, hindsight's 2020, but I am. If I got to pick between, oh boy, let's see if I don't get myself in trouble with this one. Okay, so I'm a war gamer, right? And if I'm going to play something of the Renaissance people, Renaissance time period, I want to play my ancestors. I want to play the Spanish. Okay. So I am pro Catholic in that respect. But yeah, they did horrible things. I mean, um, you know, and what I always like to say about the Puritans is like, they came over here because they got kicked out of Europe because there weren't any fun at parties, and I say that because of some people that are in the South and are say do not drink. And I don't drink very. You guys see me. All the drinking I do, you guys get to see. So I don't do a whole lot of it. As a matter of fact, last couple of game nights, I don't think I've had a drink at all. But I don't want to be told I can't drink either. I mean, that's like I believe in freedom. So yeah. So I would side with the I don't know. The Royalists seem like they'd be more fun. But the guy's kind of a prick. So I can see both sides. The whole history is full of those of people that are unsavory. So you know, it's just a little basic, but I think it gets the point across. But I'll play anybody in a game. You know, um, if we're doing Italian wars, I definitely am pro Spanish as opposed to the French. But I've played the French, and I want them to win when I play them. And And I've won with them. So it's not like, even just have a, because I have a preference, I'll play anybody in a war game, you know, and I'll play them the best I can, you know. Um, Milton's are fond of him. I think my English ones would know him from the film. Regarding Norman invasion, my ancestry goes back through Robert of Mortain. Ha, got that one right too. I'm working on it. William's half brother and onto Rollo. Beyond that, it gets a bit fantastical and includes Odin. From an Australian perspective, it has been a fascinating period in terms of warfare, but also the factionalism. Like it wasn't as Catholic Protestant a division as represent. Like it wasn't as okay. Different groups banded together for different reasons. To have a continent too. Cromwell, you see that problem. I mean, we joke about it, but he dies in every battle we play. See, I didn't know that. Here's my ignorant comment. You ready? But ECW is not my period. Okay, I didn't know that Cromwell wasn't the commander of the Parliament forces at the beginning. I just assumed that he was the guy that was on the other side, but it wasn't until like the last couple of years, right? He was just kind of a division commander or something like that. I didn't know that. Uh, yeah. Anyhow, okay, this guy's got some fringe on here, so want to do yellow or something like that? Let's do some yellow. I think he's gonna look like this guy. Is that a problem? Probably not. Be all right. Let's get us a medium type brown. Let's get one out here. Let's see here. Yeah, we're talking about some interesting stuff, folks. This is what we want. But in this day and age, we wouldn't put up with any of these people on either side. They're just nasty folks. We don't want to follow them. I don't want to die for any of those guys. All right. I think the Napoleonic battle that we played the other day was the first time I played the French and Napoleonics. Not like I tried to avoid them. I haven't played that many games in Napoleonics to begin with, but I think it was the first time I played them. I could be wrong. Seems like it. It's kind of nice to play a game and then I don't have to look up any of the answers. I could just ask, "Hey Joel, what do these guys do?" No more Barcaries for me, please. He thought about possibly sometime in the future running a game with base widths measurement. That I think that would be an improvement. I think the units just are so they don't move very far at all. But we'll see. It's his baby, so he's the point man on it. We'll definitely be seeing some of that stuff. He's relocating to about an hour away from here, and he's been in the area because he's moving his stuff down, and I think by the end of the summer he's going to be here permanently. So another Yankee moving down to Florida. Yeah, another myth about Cromwell's who created the new model army and commanded it. Thomas Fairfax did. Yeah, Fairfax doesn't get any press. I mean, he does to, he does to people that are in the know. But I mean, Cromwell's the guy that's known of the opposition. So Cromwell commanded a new model army at Dunbar, I believe, and that's like 1645, right? So that's like at the end. I wouldn't say I'm completely ignorant, but certainly by people on the street, I'm I have a curiosity, and if we started playing, say, English Civil War, yeah, I would learn about it, because it's fun to learn about the period that you're doing. Well, it is for me, anyways. It's part of one of the things that I like, but it's your way of learning about history, and as I like to say, participating in it. You can't participate in it without a time machine. The best thing we can do is play these war games to learn more about it and realize why people made what the decisions that they did, or maybe not understand why they made the decisions that they did. But nonetheless, you get to do your own spin on it, and if it was you at such and such a place, what would you do? That's the big appeal for us war gamers, for us historical war gamers. So I know I'm preaching to the choir, but I was explaining my war game thing, my war game hobby to someone about a year ago, maybe it was a year and a half ago, and it dawned on me that these people didn't understand what our games, we just took it for granted. We've been playing games our whole life, war games. So we know what the process of it is. But these people are like, okay, well, you're playing a historical war game. Like, I don't get it. Like, why? Well, it's historical. Don't you know what happens? I said, no, but you play it. And they don't realize that, oh, listen, there's probability and dice and decisions to be made. So it doesn't always turn out the same way. And they're like, oh, it never dawned on them that it used dice. I don't know. Maybe I didn't do a good job of explaining it before that, but that was kind of a crucial thing that seemed to be missing from people's understanding is that, we're not doing a reenactment. That would be a waste of time. We're doing, hey, we're going to start at this point and let's see what happens. But one crucial bit of information that was missing. So Dunbar was 1650. Okay, that's even later. Okay, I need some more liquid. I will be right back. We're going to fill this. Okay, back again. Okay, what do we got left on this? Let's highlight a little bit. Who was it that was, I think that was Rick, that was saying he couldn't believe that Joel didn't have a favorite general. It doesn't make any sense to me either. You don't have to be his fanboy. I mean, I don't have any heroes. It's not like, oh, my hero is Richard Lionheart or something like that. I don't have anybody I consider my hero. But there's some cool, interesting people. All these historical people are flawed. Some more than others. It's not like we're asking you, who's your favorite dictator? No. Hopefully you don't have one. But there's some interesting people that were in interesting places at the correct time. All right, let's show you what we got here so far. Again, it's going to look like crap here. Crappy resolution, but you get the point. Let's do a scabbard, and let's go ahead and use one of my coat the arms colors. Let's use, let's lighten this up a little bit. When he killed King Charles, in 1648, Cromwell was de facto leader of Parliament. He fought in Scotland, Maryland, and features came back in with the in Parliament, ruled as Lord Protector, until he died in 16. And some of that history, just during that time period, is like really, really complicated. Like who's on whose side and the whole. Because he's a Stuart, which means he was. I mean, it's just really freaking complicated. So, like that whole. Who's that Scottish queen? Mary, Queen of Scots? That whole thing. I've got to like get like an advanced degree to figure that shit out, But I probably would if that's why I said, that War of the Roses thing is just really that's really complex. But the War of the Roses army lists for DVA are kind of boring. Well, it's not bad in and of itself, but both sides basically have the same army list in DVA, which probably isn't accurate, but it is what it is. Um, Favorite generals. You guys have any favorite generals? Who's some folks out there you like to read about? Favorite figures in history. So John Monash, Australian commander of World War II, bit of a maverick, used to make sure hot meals were ferried up to the front. Some reviews on I've never heard of them. But then World War One generals aren't really my thing, especially Australian World War One generals. The Australians in World War One only fought in the Mediterranean theater, right? They never went to Europe. They never went to Flanders. So what in Arabia, the Middle East? You also quite liked Boudica. One of the many ways of spelling that name. That's all over the place. Oh, they did fight in the European theater of operations. Okay. I didn't know that. They didn't in the Second World War, but not that they didn't do an important service somewhere else, but I didn't know that they fought in the European theater. Interesting. That reminds me, I never did go back and finish watching the rest of that. What is that series that I know people say it's awful, but I didn't think it was horrible. What was it called? That series that they did on, I want to say it's a Cinemax or Amazon series on the Roman invasion of Britain. I don't remember what it's called anymore. I watched 4 or 5 episodes of that and then lost interest. I'm just sitting there watching. Whether I watch it or not, it shows up the same. I don't get to make any decisions. You know, yeah, it's hard to get captivated by TV for me, anyways. Man, I can't remember what that's called. One series I was captivated and I enjoyed it, and I never got to watch the last episode. Was a series with Jason Isaacs, came out a couple of years ago called The Dig, and it was like 7 or 8 parts. I never got to see the last episode. The premise of it is he's an archaeologist, and he's in the Holy Land, and he's digging up stuff. And there's different factions going. There's a faction that's trying to bring about the building the second temple, and therefore bringing the. It's not necessarily a supernatural type thing. It's kind of almost like a spy movie set in a different. But I quite enjoyed it. Um, and I never got to watch the last episode. I don't know what happened. I was watching it live, and then I never caught the last one, and didn't see how. And I can't find it anywhere. So at some point, I'm going to come across it and just hopefully I remember what the hell happened. But that led up to that point. But I have the last episode to watch. But yeah, that was 3 or 4 years ago when that came out, and I rather enjoyed it. The Dig. I believe it was a Hulu original. I could be wrong, but John Peter, there he is, back again. Your blood's all over France. World War II Australians fought in Italy. New Zealanders definitely did. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Italy and Greece. Yeah, along with the Brazilians fought there. Um, Rommel, of course, that's what you guys are known for. Tobruk. Um, Rommel said something along the lines: if he needed to take an objective, he'd have a battalion of Australians to take it, and then one of New Zealanders to hold it. Yeah, they fought very bravely. Nobody's doubting that for sure. Place post gun. What's up like about that beautiful armor too? Yeah. No, the army, the War of the Roses army in DBA is cool. The problem is if you're going to play a War of the Roses battle, according to the DBA book, both sides basically have the same composition. Well, that's no fun, you know. At least have a couple elements different. I mean, you probably do your own research and figure if you're going to do a certain battle that they're different. But I would not want to build two identical forces and then they go to face each other. That's a bit too much like chess for my taste. Like, I'm going to build a Roman army, and then I'm going to build another Roman army, and then they can fight each other. I'm like, no, I'd rather do something else. Not a fan of civil wars from that aspect. Now, the English Civil War, I think the forces are a bit different. Royalists have more cavalry. That sort of thing, but different type of cavalry. A nice chatting. My beloved Newcastle United are going to get beat again soon, so I'm off to shout at the telly for a bit. Ciao for now. The louder you yell, the worse they do, or is it the other way around? John Peters, since you live in Germany, are you allowed to have a favorite general? Or is that verboten? I don't think I have a favorite one, but there's certainly people in history that I like to read about more than others. So, well, some people there's just not enough written about them, and then some that seems like it's all about them. So, for instance, if we're going to say Romans, I don't particularly care to read about Caesar. You know, um, I'm not a Caesar fanboy. So, that doesn't mean, I poo poo at everything that he did. I'm just saying, just doesn't appeal to me. Because of this damn channel, I've got 4 Italian War era factions to paint. Went with the Essex packs because I'm over my head as it is. Okay. I love Italian wars. I love Italian wars. They're cool. All right, these look like there's shafts showing on these things. I had one guy that told me that commented that he went and bought like 8 packs of Vietnamese because I talked him into building the early Vietnamese army with the Peter Pig things. Like, hey, I looked at it. I would have jumped on it, but it's like, okay, I got to buy figures, and then I've got to make, now that was even before the COVID thing happened. So now, the prices are crazy on shipping it. I got plenty of lead. I got plenty of armies I want to do. Yes, I'd love to do a Vietnamese army, but whatever. And as soon as I freaking do Vietnamese army, somebody will end up coming out within a year figures specifically for that. That's you, Kurisan, who always comes up with stuff after me. I'm not poo-pooing them. It's just like, I'm going to build, my next army will be an army that Kurisan already makes. So there's no way they can be like, hey, check out this new army. Thanks, pal. I would have just waited and built them with your figures. It happened with the Turks and it happened with the French Ordnance. So I wouldn't have built an army exclusively with his figures. I'd just mix it in because I like using everybody's figures. Um, Rookie question: would people love Saloy and Light Horse? Yes, they would, and they would in my rules. They might only shoot at a base width or half a base width, but they would have a distance thing, just so you can wrap your head around the fact that they are shooting. So you can think what you want, but don't get caught. I saw a German-based post on this, and they worked out that there were about 1,000 line generals in the German army, and you can't make an intelligent choice without knowing them. But there are personal favorites. Guderian and Rommel come to mind. German military is cool and has a cool history. It just doesn't have to be the wet spider, the crooked spider era. Yeah. Well, the Germans at least were really popular here in wargaming because they fought everyone. They had cool equipment. They had cool uniforms. I mean, they the Germans had freaking cool uniforms. They just did. And I'm not talking about the SS stuff. I mean, just the regular German army stuff. Um, Except in World War One, they had those little garrison caps that almost look like sailor caps. Those were stupid. You guys may like them. I just think they're stupid, and they look better with black boots than the brown boots from World War One. But yeah, the Germans had cool uniforms, so that's an appeal. And they fought everybody, and they had really interesting equipment in the Second World War. But not promoting that we want them to win or anything, but well, you do when you're playing them on the battlefield. I'll play. That's what my role is, to win as that commander. But if they didn't have all that stuff, if they didn't have tanks that were interesting or had interesting names or interesting camouflage schemes, or they had interesting uniforms or weren't involved in all these different theaters of operation, they wouldn't be as popular. You know, popular from a wargaming standpoint. I mean, I guess there's some people that are fanboys of the Third Reich, but I don't know any. I've never known any. So, you know, you would think that many pasta do not break. Um, I saw, I heard something not recently, but many years ago, that apparently Italian men, oh, here we go, spend a large amount of money on dressing fancily, or worried about that. I guess I don't know. Maybe it's a cultural thing. The Italian the Italian Navy, those World War II ships, those are just beautiful. Those are beautiful ships, even with the candy stripes on them. I think that gives them a lot of character. But Italian tanks and such, ugh. There's some things that you can't, that are very difficult to watch, probably from copyright limitations. One of them, like I mentioned, El Cid. The other one is that series that I remember watching as a kid with my dad. I know it's a goofy series and everything from the 60s, Hogan's Heroes. And I would love to show that to my daughter because I had a lot of fun watching that with my dad. And that's just something I wouldn't mind passing on. But, you don't want to watch that unless you've got some World War II understanding to kind of put it into perspective. But I think she has that now. Um, but you can't just, that's not on Netflix. It's not on Hulu or anything like that. You got to like buy it. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to see it that badly, but that's just one of the things I remember watching with my dad, you know. Just got my Aztec Cauchics through the post from Essex this morning. Now there's a violent bunch. Yeah, those are guys that painted themselves. I want to say they painted themselves black. I've got the Aztec book from with Angus McBride's beautiful. Does he count as a hero? I love freaking Angus McBride's artwork. He is just brilliant. His style is just, except for the Alexander book. He did artwork in the Alexander book, and it doesn't show you any pictures of Alexander's army doing the stuff that we want to have the illustration show them doing. It's like, oh, here's a guy barefoot burning a city down. Okay, that's nice. How about like pikemen in formation and what shields they had and that kind of stuff? Nope, none of that's on there. So that's my one gripe about Angus McBride, and that he died too soon. Love his work. That's actually inspirational for me doing a lot of my painting. I started learning about his that type of stuff that he painted very late in life. But I love Angus McBride. Best value for money and a good-looking ship was the Warspite. Fought in two world wars and kicked ass. Also lucky ship. Absolutely. I love a Warspite. Yeah, I love the British. I love the World War II British ships. I put it that way because I definitely favor the Germans in World War One when it comes to ships. Sorry, English people, I just do. Um, but in the second one, the British ship, I guess it's because uh, in World War II, the British ships had so much more character with all the cool paint schemes and stuff, and they had some real weaknesses in the Second World War. It seems like just from a stats point, like weak. It's either speed or armor or something like that, and it's kind of a fun thing to overcome in that. And yeah, World War Spite, absolutely. Yeah, they increased her bridge like really big, but has like hardly any conning tower on them. I don't know what they were thinking. Maybe they just took the same amount of armor and spread it over an area that was 5 times bigger. World War One Africas. What are those periods always like? German ships were beautiful, well designed, but too few to have a chance. It's amazing how they went from nothing to be the second biggest navy in the world in just a matter of not even 40 years. It's amazing. Yeah, I really have a thing for Seidlitz. Seidlitz is a beautiful ship. It's like beautiful and like wicked at the same time. Looking, I like those funnels that taper down, and I tend to prefer ships that are one of a class because it gives them more individuality. You know, um, if I had to get into naval stuff again, I'd probably do the whole 1880s to say 1880 to say 1895 period, and just build different navies of different countries and just do a lot of what if stuff because a lot of those could have gone any which way. People could have sided with other folks are. Okay, we're about done with this guy. I'll show you guys here in a second and see what you guys think. Just making sure I don't miss anything on this guy. All right. Show you what I have here. Let's get old Whitey. Focus, damn it. Let's bring it up to here, maybe. No. Just really basic. Just wanted to split his armor. His shirt there. Now there's two. Okay. Next. This guy. His other armored cousin here. These Kutchiks have separate shields. I hate separate shields. 15 millimeter. There's a lot of info on painting the Aztecs. So I think those are the guys that were painted. That's the warband stand, if I remember correctly. Kutchiks. Let's see what we got here. I hope you have the Osprey book on them. As soon as I find it. I don't think it's in the Conquistador book. They make a Conquistador book. Well, they make lots of different ones. I'm just talking about the regular. Now they've got like Vanguard this and the other thing, and I thought I had it here somewhere. Aztec, Mystic, and Zapotec armies. That's the one. Aztec, Mixtec. Yeah, this one. It's good old Angus McBride artwork. This guy. This is one of these guys that, yeah, he's wearing a shirt made of somebody's skin. Yeah, it's taking it to the next level. Let's see. That's Zapotecs. See if there's a Kutchik guy in here. Oh, okay, he just has face paint. That's this guy here. Face paint. This a warrior priest? Let's see. Two. Yep. Mexica. Warrior priest. Yep. I know. One of the armies on the list is actually the Conquistador army. I've got the figures for them. So I've got these figures by, what's the name of that manufacturer that we were talking about last night? Tin Soldier. And they're huge. They're almost 19 millimeter, 20 millimeter figure for the Spanish. So I figured I would use the Spanish for them because they're taller, even though they're a lot bigger than these guys. And Gladiator for the Tlaxcalans. They make up most of the army. They make up 8 of the stands. But again, an Ian Heath Founder book. Oh, you got that one? That's a great book. That's a great book that has the armored war dogs in it. That cost me a pretty freaking penny too. That cost like $50 or something like that. I had those. Those are awesome. And I've got the Renaissance book too on that. forgot I had that. Yeah. Yeah, so the Tlaxcalans, they make up four of the eight stands. They really should make up more than that because there was only a handful of conquistadors that came, and they couldn't have done it without the local natives. But the local natives would have never helped them if the Aztecs weren't such assholes. You know, you move somebody, you have a guy moves in next to you, wants to freaking sacrifice you to their sun god. You know, you tend to take sides with whoever else can come along to stop those people. You know, it's kind of a deal breaker. You know. Okay, this guy's got a little bit of an armor here. Um, yeah, they are beautiful books. They're absolutely beautiful books. John, I know you've played Armati. You're a big fan of Armati. Have you played Impetus? What do you think about that if you have? If I was more motivated, I would sit together and try to learn how to play basic Impetus with my own armies just in a solo game. And like I said, I would make one unit be one unit, not four one unit. So you play with, so you're still playing a DBA sized game with DBA stands, and you just have all the measurements. And the board is, I think I did the math, and the board is like an 18 by 24 or something like that. If I was more motivated and didn't feel like painting, then yeah, I might give that a shot because I bought those rules and as a PDF and paint and ran them off. So the rule set is beautiful, and you know just don't know what it. Some people have told me that some things are broken, or everything's, you can always find something broken, but you like the big bases, but the acronyms are confusing. Yeah, I can see that. A little bit less for me because it's an Italian, so I can see the Spanish type of, you know, um, common roots to some of the words. But yeah, the acronyms, it's almost like you need to go in there and just cross them off and recall them whatever you're comfortable calling them. Um, one of the things that I absolutely would have to have, like if I was going to design my own ancients rule set, I would definitely have a mechanism for a separate general. I think it's so much fun to paint a stand that's, this is Alexander the Great, or this is so and so. It's just really cool. I enjoy that part of it as well. Um, I don't know, maybe if it's so appropriate in the ancient times, but I like that aspect of it a lot. I don't remember whether Armati has that or not. I think it doesn't. Um, oh wow, this guy's holding the crossbow back asswards, meaning the part that's showing is not the front; it's the back side. The front's up here. The top's up here. Wow, go figure. Okay, I'm going to assume that that's cloth, or maybe it isn't. It's hard to make up some of this stuff sometimes. Tactica, but you wound up your army and watched them play. You know, apparently the kids are playing Art de la Guerre these days. I've seen people play Art de la Guerre. I was very disappointed with Art de la Guerre. It seemed it seemed like so many things were lifted from DBM and DBMM, and well, like for instance, Art de la Guerre has that thing that DBMM has with the brilliant generals, and they're the same damn generals that Barker picked in his book, and they put them in there. Like, how do you do that? How do you take somebody else's work and then charge for it? You know, so and it does have, what does it have that's cool about it? It does have skirmishers that can skirmish much more than DBA, but it still has the stupid conforming. You know, if I'm going to play a different set of rules, I'm gonna not have that conforming abstraction. You know, if I'm going to go through all that effort, like Armati, you don't conform in Armati, right? You could fight at an angle. You could fight. You could fight this unit like this, and this one like this. They fight, right? None of this business of they got to line up and stuff. I just think that's so. It's too abstract. It's too abstract and it doesn't feel right. Now I've dealt with it for freaking 15 or 16 years, but I don't want to play another rule set that does that. I don't want to learn to play another rule set that does that. Let's put it that way. So I think it's a hang up to get new players in because it doesn't make any sense. It's too abstract and too far removed, in my opinion. But we've just dealt with it because there's some things that are must be's. One of them is like, you got to be able to have a game you could finish in an hour, and you got to be able to game you play in a small area with about a dozen unit types and pips. I think that all those are and roll and opposing roll offs. So it's not like I attack you and this is how many hits you get. No, that I do an attack roll and you get a defend roll, and that way it's an appeal. But people are involved in each turn. It's not like, okay, it's my prep fire phase. Go ahead and do your worst and let me know. I'm gonna go grab some coffee. Let me know if I need to roll anything. Never heard about the like you're almost afraid to look it up because it's turning into a lazy rules collector. Yeah. Yep. The gaming, the miniatures gaming isn't therapy. This is therapy because I can always get my gaming playing something else. I could play Borderlands or one of those Forza driving games or a Total War game or anything else. There's other war games that I enjoy as well that can be on computer or console that I can get my game out, but you can't paint. You can't talk about, okay, well, what figures am I going to collect next? You can't look through the internet and see who makes something. All of that's part of the hobby for me, and you don't get that from video games. So, and there's no point in doing all of this for them to sit on a shelf and never using them, in my opinion. So, they kind of go hand in hand. But all right, let's paint this guy's crossbow. That's its front and center in the middle of everything. Again, so there's lots of ways to get your game on, and they don't necessarily have to be miniatures gaming. But now, Socializing, I don't play any of those video games and socialize with people that I don't know. It's just not the same. There's not a high um, level of ownership. You know, people like if things don't go their way, they'll disconnect or that type of thing. So that's what you liked about Clash of Spears. You never conform, and you're never really locked in combat. You can always choose to flee or move away. Clash of Spears. Is that new game by the Argentinian brothers? I haven't played it. It's 28. I can't play 28s. I can play 28s. I can't paint 28s. I don't have time. I don't have time in my life to devote that much time to it. And they're expensive. And I already have too many 15s. Yeah, yeah. That game has a lot of a following. Just not geared for me. Doesn't mean I wouldn't play it if somebody ran it, but I'm not going to be the front guy on it. I'll show up to play, but it used to be I didn't like 20 millimeter figures at all. There weren't any manufacturers that I liked. That's not the case anymore. There's some really spectacular man. Now I don't know about who makes what figures like I do in 15s because I don't collect them, but I can't go down that road. That just takes way too, you know, that just takes way too long. I also don't see myself at any point being the person that I can't paint 15s anymore, so I got to do 28s. My vision has changed. I'm not going to say dramatically, but it's significantly different now than it was 10 years ago. But yet, it still has not caused a reason for me not to be able to paint 15s. I'm actually just enjoying 15s more now than I used to. So I can no longer paint in 20/20 vision. So I just take my contacts out, and that's how I paint. I'd be doing the same thing if it was bigger figures. So that's not really solving anything for me. All right, let's paint the flesh on this dude here. Yeah, the Argentinian brothers. I forget what the name of their company is. Yeah, they seem like nice folks. I wouldn't want to publish a set of rules. It just seems too complicated. All that stuff's just too complicated for me. I already have a job I don't like doing. I don't want to bring that into my hobby. And like, well, you got to do this for copyright so you don't get sued. No, I'm out. Nope. I do rules, they'll be free. Or, what are you going to do? Sue me over free rules? But I am concerned that if I came up with something that I thought was really cool, I wouldn't want somebody to just take it from me and then they publish it on their own. So I did get scared about that a little bit. Not because I want that money. I just don't want them to take credit for it. It's not right. You don't do stuff like that in my world. You know? You don't take other people's things. I know, I live in a different world. Yeah. All right, let's paint this guy up. I've never gotten a chance to play Saga. I would have not been interested in the basic game when it came out because it's all. I'm not particularly interested in Dark Ages armies in Britain, and that's what it started off at. Now they had a lot of different factions, so there's stuff that interests me, especially since they did Reconquista stuff. But I just never got a chance to play it, and that one had been fun in like 15s, but I'm not going to paint 28s. And there's other games that I've played that aren't DBA that I've had a lot of fun. I played a couple games of Lion Rampant. I enjoyed that. And you could probably play Lion Rampant with 15 millimeter figures, even on stands, because you can mark off casualties and stuff like that. But it's just not motivated enough to do that type of a jump. So I'd be more motivated to paint the stuff than I would be to learn the rules. It's like reading the manual of your cell phone. I don't read that. Why? By the time I figure it out, they have a new cell phone. So you can still claim a copyright if you don't have it registered. Copyright pending, I think, but I'm not a lawyer. No, neither am I, and I don't know any. And I like it that way. I just put a copyright claim on every one of my webpage. I don't know how it works. I don't know any. I don't know any attorneys. I want to keep it that way. uh, I'm sure there's good attorneys out there, but they really need to stand up and speak up. It's just too complicated. So and I don't know what it costs. I mean, what does it cost? Some money every year to keep it going. So I'm going to be paying money every year for a product that I'm not even going to sell for anything. Uh, you know. Well, if I'm not mowing the lawn today, not that I was looking forward to not doing it. I was actually looking forward to doing it because there's nobody here. Maybe it won't rain. It's not very high, so it's just a lot easier to do it on the weekend than wait till the middle of the week when there's not enough time for anything. A little bit more. Have you guys take a look at this guy's complexion. I've been itching to paint some darker skinned individuals just to kind of mix it up. All right. Yeah, doesn't look like you can't tell. You can't tell anything on there. It's all washed out. But I'm happy with how it turned out with his fake fingers because they're not even really there. Okay, so this guy. There's not enough coffee setting in. Pants, huh? Let's make this guy fuggery. Maybe it's time to change this. I got some mold here. I think that's mold. Of course, it could be leftover stuff of the. Let's just replace this. Let's just replace this and let's do something we've never done before. Not that I'm going to throw this away, but we're going to use our other little sponge that's never been used. So we're going to throw this away, or I should sell this at Artwork. This is better than what's at many museums. Hey, if you like modern art, that's nice. I don't. Okay, I'll be right back. And we'll wet this new one. All right, we washed the other one with what we normally do, some antibacterial soap, and then we wash this tray also with that as well. So, not that I'm worried about that mold, but there's no need for that. That's just this thing being enclosed. Now, it's still kind of dry in certain areas. It's very resistant to get moisture in it. Okay, let's get a new thing here. Don't understand people who don't wish to paint their armies. Well, I get it. Somebody like Mitch, he's too old. It's too late to paint things now. If I don't paint my own armies, I take out my individual, uh, you know, spin on them. So it's a big appeal for me. Wow, I've never seen this happen. This stuff is really resistant to. Well, it's been 2 years. This thing has been. I've had this for 2 years and never used it. I wonder if I need more moisture on here. It's just not behaving like the other one does. Wow. Maybe I needed to soak it somewhere. No, there it goes. It's coming along. It's not super saturated like the other one. I couldn't put any more water in this thing. Maybe I'll set some I'll put a little bit from the back side and have it percolate up. I did it. That should be good every time. It's never had any moisture on it at all. And this doesn't have to be perfect by any means. Okay. There we have it. All right. What we're doing, we're going to fugger this guy up from the fuggers. The big funders of the 15th and 16th century. I have some of my pikemen that have the fugger livery. You don't understand how people who don't wish to paint their own armies. I don't understand how people cheat. That's what I don't understand. Of course, cheaters ought to be executed, but that's a different thread altogether. This is what I would call a French blue. So we're actually going to tinker with that so it doesn't look so doing, you know. All right, where is this here? All right, what are we going to do with this damn shirt? Well, it looks like it's an undershirt on it. So I think I'm going to do is the shirt's all going to be blue, and the little one that pokes underneath it, I'll make that white. So let's see how that turns out. If I don't like it, I'll repaint it. I don't want to split this guy's shirt too, then it becomes too, obvious that we're doing a theme type thing, and I don't want these guys to all look like they come from the same place. I want to be like, well, what are we going? What are we doing today, boss? Just stand in behind this war wagon and shoot crossbows. You know, can you do that? A little backstory. I like creating a backstory when I can for anything. Some say as long. Uh-oh. Uh, those that whine about dice rules. Some of us want to paint our own armies, but are no longer capable of matching the standard we aiming, so we hire talent. Okay. This is what I'm doing now. One of the parts I enjoy the most is making something look like cloth or wood that isn't cloth or wood. Obviously, it's a little miniature. When you add the clear coats, it adds another level of depth to what the figure looks like. And it just improves it so much more. And let's do a tiny little bit more. Okay. Can't really tell. Can't really tell until we take photos of these guys, but um, yeah. So let's give this guy some white sleeves. like the blue. Welcome, Marco. Some people don't like to paint. Some people love to paint. I'd rather paint than play a game almost any day. I am 65% painter, 35% gamer. Maybe. We played a game of the little airplane game, Wings of War, the other day. Didn't film it or anything. On Easter, we actually played it, and we didn't use the miniatures. We just used the cards. And I think somebody was like, "Hey, why didn't you use the miniatures?" Because the cards look fine, and I have every one of the expansions, but I don't have miniatures for all of them. And you know, yeah, that's a good looking game, even though it's two dimensional. I'm just gonna paint his legs also white. If I don't like it later on, I can always change it, or maybe gray or something like that. That's what takes the longest time. Not necessarily painting, but trying to figure out. Well, all right, what color do I want to make his pants? I don't know. You know, an hour goes by. Okay, let's lighten this up a little bit more. We're probably going to leave his pants gray and his shirt a little bit lighter. Painting competitions. I entered one once, and then the guy complained. I entered, I think, my medieval German army, and then the guy complained. Well, if you really want a chance to win, you entered too many figures. I'm like, I entered the German army. It's freaking 12 stands, not that many. Well, okay. And I'm like, okay, well, if you're going to give me a talking to by a person who doesn't even paint, then I don't need to. I don't need to bother entering the. I mean, what do I want? I don't want an award. I just wanted a gift certificate to buy more lead that I don't need any of. So I'm like, you know what? Screw it. I don't need this harassment. I'll buy my own stuff if I need it, which I don't. So yeah, it usually takes me one time to learn my lesson. You know, oh, it's gonna be like that. Okay, cool. I'm not gonna play that anymore. Hey, you should do a demo game to get people how to play EVA. Cool. You show up one time and whatever slot one person showed up and drop off their kid, and the next thing you know, I'm babysitting them for 3 hours and the kid doesn't even want to be there. I'm like, okay, I learned one time. We're not gonna do that again. So I only get burnt one, folks, on the same thing. Burnt one time. We ran a game at a pub. Okay, we have a pubish type place. Maybe we ran it on the wrong day. No one showed up and looked at our game. No one. I mean, we're playing like, with these figures in there in the middle of the damn pub, and not one single person came over and said, "Hey, what is that?" So there's no hope for humanity, folks. There's just so few people interested in history. Because if you're a history nut and you see something like that, you're going to be like, "Hey, what's cool? You know, let's talk about something like that." But that's why I said we'll do what we do. If people want to watch it, cool. If not, we're still doing it because it's what we like to do. You know. But I don't want to go out and boo like, "Oh, you need to do like a fun drive to get people to into the hobby." And like, look, we put on games, we advertise when they're on. If people don't show up, f them. You know. Um, I already have a job I don't like. I don't need to, turn this into that. We'll do our thing. Just like I said, we'll keep making videos until they start becoming too much of a pain in the ass to do, and then we're not going to make them anymore. Will it ever come to that? I don't know. I don't see it going that way, but you never know. If you start getting banned for like, well, you can't talk about this and you can't talk about that, and I'm like, I don't really need to talk about anything different than what I'm already talking about. But if you're gonna keep me from doing that, then I'm gonna take my toys and leave. But I'm looking forward to at some point where YouTube doesn't have a lock on live feeds of 720p. Because right now, or that we ever get an internet that is worth a damn service here. Internet that's it's pathetic. This is like the Congo has better internet than I have here, and it's not like we're not paying for it. So hopefully something we can do about something like about that in the future. But just pathetic. Okay, let's brighten this up a little bit more. Got a little bit of a headache. All right, time to get some of my drugs. Easy fix. All right, back to this guy. All right, we're gonna bring this all the way up to pure white on his sleeves. The pants we're not gonna do as much. Okay, the pants are about somewhere like this at their brightest. So we're gonna go up a tiny little bit more. And then we're gonna call it a day on the pants. Uh-huh. Like paying for money and only so much for this. I'm the same with my channel. I'll do videos as long as I'm doing videos, like doing videos. When I don't like doing it, I'll stop and do something else. Am I subscribed to your channel? If not, I'm going to do that right now. And then just some people that are ignorant. When I first started this channel, I was like, you should subscribe to my channel. No, I really can't afford any more costs. It's free, dude. There, I'm subscribed. You got 48 videos. Awesome. Battle Group Barbarossa. Cool. I've never played Battle Group. Cool. I'm subscribed. Now you got another one. Excellent. So, okay. True question. How do you, what program did you use to make your logo? Because you can make a logo and then you try to upload it. That's too big. It's too large in size. Your thing's too big. I've tried doing that, and you'll get something cool. Like, you can't use that as a picture; it's too large. And it's like they want some tiny, tiny, tiny little size. Is there a certain program that you use to make your logo? Because I wouldn't mind doing that. I wouldn't mind doing a little logo that I can drop there in the corner of every one of my videos. It doesn't have to be really elaborate. Um, Honestly, it'd probably just be my crest of arms. It's so freaking cool that I don't need to create another logo. Um, but it's just something like that I could drop on there. You got any suggestions for something I can do with that? Oh, this is too close to what I'm doing. You know what? We're going to do this and we're going to use my little trick. So we're going to put this color in, but I don't want it to be that color. So what we're going to do is, and we're going to paint this guy's little bag neck. That. We're going to take this and we're going to mix black in with it. Battle Group Barbarossa. Yeah, I've heard about Battle Group. Um, I think that's generally geared for 20 mil, which is my scale for World War II. But I'm a skirmish scale guy. That's a little bit more, I think, rapid fire scale, isn't it? Um, so we're going to lighten this up a little bit. When it comes to continuing to lighten up, I'm not going to. I'm going to add the white right now. There's a guy on the 176 scale model group. He's from Portugal. And I believe the stuff that he paints is for Battle Group. But he uses no decals. He does 20 millimeter stuff. He uses no decals. So every single like Balkenkreuz or a US Star or anything he does on there, he's hand painting it. So it looks sloppy in a way, but it works. It's really, really cool the way he does that. And he produces a lot of things. And yeah, he's pretty prolific on there. Every single serial number or anything, like you've got a Sherman that has that TM42X, whatever the name of the serial number of that tank, he hand paints all that stuff on there himself. So it's really cool, you know. Inkscape, okay, is used Photoshop. You gotta pay for that crap though. I don't mind paying for it if it's something I use. Inkscape. I gotta find out what the hell Inkscape is. Is it easy to use? Editing videos. I edit videos. I edit it with my phone. I use an editor that's unfortunately only available on the phone called KineMaster, and that's why I use it. I mean, if you've never edited a video, you know how to edit a video. You know what you have to do. It's not like you're dumb or something. The problem is the program that you're using should be user friendly. It's like, okay, I want to move this. I want to cut this part out. I want the music to start at this point. I want it to decrease at this stuff you already know. But some programs are just like a royal pain in the ass to use. Like, what's that? DaVinci Resolve. It has too many things. I don't need all that stuff. So it's like, you need a dumbed down version of it. And they all have issues with exporting, every single one of them. My computer is not underpowered or anything. You can use GIMP. Okay. Check that out. Maybe that's something I'll do this weekend. We'll create a logo for this thing. GIMP. Cool. Thanks for the info on that. Much appreciated. Yeah, there's just sometimes things just have way too many options. It's like, do you want to teach you how to run a marathon and you never even walked before? You know, baby steps. Baby steps is where it's at. Red, yeah, we'll throw red in. Use a different red in here. Photoshop 5 or 6 will do the job, and they are old, so you should be able to pick up an original copy for next to nothing. God, I just opened up those Photoshop programs, and it's overwhelming. Like, I don't know where to begin. And like, I've watched videos. Like, a couple of videos I did with DaVinci Resolve, and it's just too complicated. I want my painting to be complicated, not my editing. So yeah, so I was gonna stop doing videos for a while, because I didn't have 1,000 subscribers, so I couldn't go live because this saves me from having to do any editing. I'm doing my painting, and folks are getting some content. And when I'm done with this, I don't have to sit there and be tortured by editing a video, which means I can't paint or do anything else during meanwhile. The editing part isn't actually so bad. It's the damn exporting that hangs up. So, and I'm not trying to add a ton of things moving around and extra special effects. I'm just trying to kind of keep it basic. I could, but I don't want to hang up the system. It needs to be easy. Like, I figured out how to do this YouTube thing, just trial and error. I'm not going to read a manual or how to do something until I have a question and I have a basis to start at. But, still painting Germans, yes. I got to take a potty break. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, we can't mow in that. It's way too wet. Steve Gross, good morning from the middle of nowhere. Inkscape is easier than GIMP, I would say. Okay, then we're gonna put a check mark. That's the one we're gonna check out. Can you do that on your phone or just on the computer? Man, it'd be nice to do it on the phone. I love using the phone for all that stuff. It just makes it easy. That's where all my photos are, etc. I do all my surfing on the phone. I try to do a minimum of surfing on the computer because that's how you get a computer virus. I've never had a phone virus. Um, I've never had a virus on my computer that's I would say really bad. It's just one of those stupid redirect viruses, you know. It doesn't even redirect you anywhere exciting, you know. It's just annoying. So yeah. Okay. So we got a scabbard to do for this dude. So let's pull out. Let's pull out. Let's see. No, I'm looking for the dark. Ah, it's over there. You sneaky joker. You've only used it on the computer since I do all my editing on the computer. Okay. I am an iPhone and an iPad. We had an iPad for a while that I used. I was pretty familiar with, but iPhone, nah. I don't even know how to turn those things on. My wife's will ring, and I don't know how to answer a call. There's not enough buttons there. Besides, aren't all those phones made in China? Can't be buying those Chinese phones. My wife will never get off her damn iPhone, and I won't have one. I'm an Android user, so I was using an iPad. We had an iPad, and I had some games for it, and then they did that thing in version 11. I think it was version 11, and they had the 64-bit apocalypse. When I had a bunch of games, all of a sudden they went to 64-bit or whatever encryption. Or hey, I'm not a tech guy, so I'm just talking jibber jabber. And anyhow, it rendered like all the games I had unusable and pissed me off, you know. And it's like, well, it's up to the game company to make a 64 version. Well, they're not going to do that because you know that's a lot of freaking work. So one game in particular I had just bought, and I don't think I even got a chance to play it one time or finish a game with it, and it's like gone. And my wife claimed you could back do it, so everything's made in China. Not everything. Look to where things are made. So I go in and I bought. I went to Jacksonville and I went to a store that has Games Workshop stuff, and I picked up a bottle of paint, and I was going to pick up some of their tufts, and their tufts come from China, and I'm like, with Games Workshop prices? So then I went and looked at something else, and it came from China too, from Games Workshop. Either one of those two. You know, I'm making an effort not to buy anything from there. So they're not going to get any money. I'm going to make it difficult for them to get my money. Let's put it that way. Now, you may end up buying a vehicle and a bunch of the parts come from China that are in the vehicle. You can't fix that. It's not like I'm just going to freaking take the bus or I'm going to walk or, you know, you got to be reasonable. I'm not going to take all these brushes that I have there, Chinese, and snap them in half and throw them away. I've thought about it, but I won't buy any more. You know, I won't buy. I'm going out of my way to not buy new things. It's like I wanted to get this brush holder. They make this brush holder that holds the brushes upside down, so when they dry, maybe I can my points will be a little bit better. Yeah, I went by there. They have one in the store. It's made in China. I didn't pick it up. I didn't need it bad enough. You know, if I have to have something, sure, I'll buy it. But It's a hobby. I don't have to have any of this stuff. So my wife is the tech person in the house. Yep, mine too. Technology changes too fast, and I don't necessarily want to keep up with it. So I am making a conscious effort to see where things are made before I purchase them. They don't have to be made in the United States. They just don't need to be made in a place that, is up to no good. We'll leave it at that. And if you don't want to do that, that's cool too. I'm not trying to change everybody. I'm just saying that, I'm not like a rabid vegan that wants to turn everybody into a vegan. If you guys don't want to do it, that's cool. It's a free country, or it used to be. It was a free country when I grew up. So it just makes me sleep at night a little bit better. But yeah, see, that's the thing that doesn't make any sense, Kevin. Cheapest paints I have, you would think would be the ones made in China, right? Nope, they're the ones made in the U.S. So these apple barrel paints are made in Georgia, and so is the folk art ones, and so is what's the other one? I've got three different brands. They're all the same garbage. Folk art, uh, apple barrel, and Americana. I think they're all made in the U.S. So. On a computer, you can make an older 32-bit game work on a 64-bit platform. Do a Google search for the games you're interested in. I had a problem with Photoshop 6, just had to change one setting. Yeah, the game that I was looking for was on the iPad though, and it was there's a series by Slitherine and Shenandoah Studios. They made three. They made a it's called Battle of the Bulge. I wonder what it's about. Um, Drive on Moscow, and they made one that was like the Desert Fox, and it's a counter game where you move these counters around. But it's simple, but it's really elegant. And they had them for the iPad, and they have them for the Xbox console, where I've played the hell out of the Russian one and the Battle of the Bulge one. But the Desert one, I never got a chance to play it, and it's no longer available. So I got to remember what it's called, but I really wanted to play that. So I buy no food related items from China. You think? It's probably not a good idea. They're poisoning their own freaking people, man. It's not the Chinese people. It's the clowns at the top of the food chain. I got nothing against the Chinese people. I love Chinese armies. I love Chinese history. Um, yeah, don't buy Smithfield. Smithfield Meats. It's out in North Carolina. It's owned by the Chinese government. Anything that's owned by a Chinese business over there, it's owned by the government. They don't have any rights to that stuff. So, yeah, I don't buy that stuff. All right. What else we got on this guy? We got some boots to put on him, and then we need to highlight his helmet a little bit more. It's going to be metal corner over here. Try to put all my metallics in one place because they have little flakes, and you don't want to get that mixed in with the colors if you can avoid it. Despotic rulers never care about the common folk. It's less people they gotta feed. All right, let's brighten this up a little bit because this just has the Nuln Oil on it. And this guy will be about done. I would make a good despotic ruler for a while. I just have not had the opportunity. I'm just adding to an army, Steve. This is my war wagon for my medieval Germans. I'm making this army 3.0 compatible. So we added a unit of some cavalry. We added another crossbow stand, and now the little war wagon. And here it is. It still needs some work. Come on, focus, damn it. Let's see. Push this out of the way. Doesn't do it justice. Washes out all the colors. It's not complete, but it's mostly complete. And these guys I'm painting now will go, three of them are going to be on the base around it. It'll be on a little 40 by 40 base. Here it is. Already got the goop on there. So we'll paint all the goop. We're going to leave spaces for this to get glued on when it's done. And then we'll fill in the areas around the wheels there at the last minute. And then these guys will be done. They'll be 3.0 compatible. They're an enemy of my Hungarians and many other things. So you'd make a good despotic ruler. I've not had the opportunity. I wouldn't. I don't want to control people. I'm not interested in that. Maybe I'm too tall. I don't want to control people. You know? I wouldn't make a good despot. I don't like getting in other people's business. I don't want people to get in my business. Leave people alone. Not worth it. I have the Essex version to my cavalry. Okay, I know which ones they are. Yeah, they look okay too. Yep, they look okay. They've got the visor pulled up and they're like shooting forward. Yep, those look good. Thought I had this chocolate brown, but this is probably on the other tray that. We don't want to get mold in our lungs. I don't know. People freak out about that stuff. I don't know. I guess I don't want to be right up in it, but no, I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about things other people are worried about. I'm worried about things that cause cancer. That's what I worry about because that shit's like hidden, and there's like freaking no cure for it. You know, I could pretty much deal with anything else other than a freaking cancer crap. So yeah, I don't want that stuff. I don't want to, be around something that gets in your lungs. And the next thing you know, you're doing fine, and and then you're not. Okay. So yeah, some of you guys, I guess, haven't played a face-to-face game in over a year. Wow. I just, yeah, I wouldn't do well in those places. Give this guy some brown shoes. And don't get me wrong, I'm fine if we don't have conventions again. But, I got to be able to get together with two or three other people. I'm not asking for, a mosh pit. Okay, is this guy done? I think so. Now there are three. Nothing super elaborate. Get this guy left. This guy's an old Hussite guy. He's got like some type of rag on his head. Almost looks like it was something that was bigger and it just kind of collapsed on his head. Yeah, all right. I don't feel like quitting, so let's keep going. The money's good, and you have less stress because you are the decision maker. Just have people around you that can blame if things go wrong. Wow. Right out of some despot's playbook. Yeah. If I was going to run my own country, the first thing I'd do is I'd make my own flag because it'd be freaking cool. If there's some countries out there that have decent looking flags, and then there's some that are just freaking lame. Just like heraldry. Some of you guys have cool coat of arms, right? Like my coat of arms is super cool. Some people have like a guy bent over blowing a horn out of his ass. That's not cool heraldry. Heraldry. I use that because that's the one of the scenes out of Monty Python. The guys bent over blowing the horns out of their ass. But I pulled up Mitch's last name, his surname one time. It's like a freaking potted plant. Yeah, I'm gonna fight for that. A damn potted plant. Here in Missouri, my group has been vaccinated. We're back to our twice monthly DVA. It is great. But don't they say that you can still pass that on and you still can get it? That's the double speak I can't, handle. Okay. Get vaccinated. Okay, cool. Let's get vaccinated. Oh, but you still have to wear a mask and you still have to do this and you still have like, okay, so why? You know? Um Anyhow, if people want to do it, that's cool. I'm fine for things getting back to normal, but knock on wood, I've been healthier this last year than I've been in a long time, and I'm trying to exercise every day, which is something I don't know that I've done that in 20 years, probably. So, um, yeah, I don't listen to the news. They always want to change the freaking. They always want to move the football on you. Do this. This is what you need to do. Okay, cool. Well, now actually, you need to do this now. All right. No, now it's actually this. Okay, screw you. You don't know. You obviously don't know what you're doing. You're incompetent or have another agenda or both. So just leave me alone, and we will get along just fine. Where is that? Wait, did I put that thing away? I guess I did. Well, damn me to hell. They don't really know. Yeah, but they don't say they don't really know. Oh, I think it's the same color as this one. Or maybe it isn't. No. Yeah, so I'm not opposed to getting vaccinated, okay? But I'll tell you right now, if I go through all the trouble of getting vaccinated, in 6 months from now, they'll say, oh, well, then this is the vaccine you really should have had. Well, what about the one I already had? Well, that one's no good anymore. You need to have this one. I'll fucking go to war over that shit, okay? Because I don't have time for that nonsense. So that's why I'm just kind of waiting until they figure out what the hell they're gonna do, and then we'll go along with it. That's fine. I mean, I have my other vaccines. It's not like, I mean, I've never gotten a flu vaccine ever. I mean, that I know of. Maybe as a kid, but it's not like I'm not getting my tetanus shot. I'm not an anti-vaccine person, but I'm an anti-bullshit person, and it's thick this year. So, and I'm just one of those people that the more somebody tells me you need to do this, I'm an anti-peer pressure person. I never did drugs ever through peer pressure. So you're not going to peer pressure me into doing A, B, C, or D. I'm happy with who I am. I'm happy with the person I grew up to be, or on my way to growing up to be. And that's that. And there's my spiel. And like I said, at work, I don't even know this thing's going on because I work at a construction environment. I'm not near people. We're not mandated to do, I mean, I don't have people sign paperwork, so you're not in contact with, but there's just stuff that just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, okay, you got to go in a store and you got to wear a mask. Okay, cool. It's your store, your rules. Okay. So if I'm going to go in your store, I'm going to follow what the policy is. If not, I'm just not going to go in your store. Now, you can't hold a gun to my head and say you have to go to that store. No, I believe in freedom. But you go into that place. Here's the rules. This is what you got to do. So you go in, say Walgreens, all right, and you go to get a soda, all right, in Walgreens, and out of the cooler, and you got to wear a mask the whole time you're in there. Cool. But then when it's time to pay, you're using the same touchpad everybody else is using. And that's, if I'm worried about getting a freaking germs from something, it's from using a common touchpad. It's not something floating through the air. So it's like, I just, there's just too much double speak that, I'm just not falling for yet. Um, you know, Kids, toddlers didn't have to wear a mask. Why? You don't give a shit about kids? They're the most vulnerable ones. Or it's almost like, well, the kids will have a fit and take it off, so let's just not make that rule. Like you got to have 25% capacity in a restaurant, but everybody can fly in a plane next to each other. Just stuff like that rubs me the wrong way, you know? So they need to get their shit together, or I'm not falling for it. So. If you read between the, and what really ticks me off isn't anything. It's the whole 9/11 factor. Okay, when 9/11 happened, you could no longer take your, no, that's a flicker thing. What, the Chinese are listening to me? They don't like what I have to say. Well, tough fortune cookie. Um, when 9/11 happened, before that you could take your loved ones to the gate and send them off to the plane. You can't do that now. It's been how many years, and you're never going to get that right back. So I am vehemently against giving my rights away just because you never get them back. um, you could kill every terrorist in the universe, and you'll never be able to do that again at an airport, because there'll be a group of lawyers that said, no, if this off chance something happens, we could get sued, so we can't give people the right to do that again. I'm vehemently against giving away any rights that I had in 2019. So, um, am I going to start a revolution? No, but that's how I think, because, I've seen double speak and bullshit. Um, it is picking up speed, every single day. Utility company, right? We have a utility company here in town. There's only one. Why is there only one utility company? Don't we have an antitrust? I haven't looked into it. I mean, maybe there's a reason for it, but I studied American history. There's antitrust laws. You can't have monopolies on things. Okay, so why is there only one utility company? Well, the one utility company that we have, decides, well, we need people to conserve energy and stuff like that, and and it's good for the environment. Okay, I get it, but it's a little bit like some guy who's a crack dealer wants people to stop smoking so much crack. Well, you make money giving people crack, so wouldn't you want people to have consume more of your product? Anyways, so people conserved, energy. All right, that's cool because you don't have to pay for it either. I don't. I'm here alone. This is the only light on in the entire house. There's no reason why other things need to be on when I'm here. So I mean, I get it. It doesn't make any sense. But the following year went by. You guys did such a good job conserving energy that now we have to go up on our millage rate because you didn't consume enough. All right, bullshit. Okay, this is like no, no, you can't have it both ways. So yeah, good luck with the logo. Awesome. I didn't get flu shots until I turned 60. You need protection after a certain age. Okay, well I'm 49, so oh well. So we got one of our local players, Don. He's in his early 60s, and he hasn't. My understanding is he hasn't left the house since this hit. And I told him, I said, okay, he's not leaving until he's got the shot. All right, cool. But if they keep coming up with new shots, is he never going to leave the house ever again? It's just not a way for me to live. I'm not out there licking doorknobs, but look, we survived not getting nuked by the freaking Russians while I grew up. I'm not afraid of this. You know, that doesn't mean I'm out there doing dangerous activities, but I don't wake up scared. So yeah, I didn't know it was going to be a ranch show. Drink. It's just water with a tiny little bit of cranberry juice. Doctor said that'd probably be good for your flushing stuff out. I'm like, that's cool. Cranberry juice is extremely strong in taste, so it just takes a tiny little bit, and you're good to go. And it lasts forever. I can buy one of those $5 things, and it lasts me like I swear 2 months. So they started to privatize the waterworks in Europe, and in a few years they found that for profit, companies are just in it for the money. The prices doubled and the quantity dropped. Cities are trying to get these utilities back. Pfizer's saying you need a shot every year, like flu shot. Have fun. I'm all for capitalism, but there's some things you shouldn't buy. You can't sell your. I mean, maybe money isn't that important to me. Okay, that's why I wouldn't make it in politics. Well, Mr. Aguilar, if you approve this thing that you don't agree with, we'll give you a yacht. I don't need a yacht, pal. Okay, I'm not going to compromise my integrity for that. Um, Unfortunately, I just don't think there's enough people like me in the world. Um, and a lot of people must have a lot of trouble sleeping at night. I certainly don't. I'm all for privatization of everything because, in my mind, it's more efficient. But if it leads to corruption and crony capitalism, that's not the right solution, So, but then again, I've worked at the same place for almost 27 years, and I don't operate that way. I do things that are fair. I treat our customer fair. I mean, yeah, you got to make a profit, but, you don't have to cheat, steal, and lie to do it. Now, how do these people live with themselves? And it's not that, oh, well, maybe some people aren't religious. Dude, it's got nothing to do with religious. There's people that are religious that are horrible human beings. You just need to have freaking basic human decency. A lot of people have had, I guess, really bad examples for parents. I watched a show, the show that I'm watching right now, Black Mirror. I see this episode yesterday. I was able to catch the whole episode at lunchtime. I guess it was short. Sometimes they're like 50 minutes long, 45 minutes. Sometimes they're an hour and a half. So the hour and a half ones I can't get all the way through. I got this one all the way through. And the premise of this one is this lady has she's a single parent. Doesn't really go into details why she's a single parent, but she has this child, and the child gets lost one time, like at a park, goes missing for maybe 10, 15 minutes, and she freaks out. And all the Black Mirror episodes are kind of done in the future a little bit. They're science fiction, but they're not science fiction like Star Trek or anything like that. They're done like, with some extra technology. And I think the theme of them all is that technology can really corrupt us. You can really, it's here to help, but sometimes it could be taken too far. But this particular episode, this lady goes to the program where she volunteers to have her child microchipped. It's not a microchip, but it's basically like that, where they can see through their eyes everything that's going on and everything, and so they can not only can they track where they're at, but they can see what they're seeing. So that's how these episodes tend to be. Is there's something technology that's fantastical or that's not realistic or far in the future, but pretty much everything else is in common time period. It's like there'll be something like that that's like really high tech, but people aren't even flying cars. I mean, people are still, in 2020 and type of cars. But anyhow, so she microchips this child, and I'm not going to give away any of the details, but at some point she starts getting into behavior that is behavior that you would need to speak to your kid about, and she never does. She's totally like wants to be her friend, or just apathetic. I don't. It's just like that's not how you raise it, man. That's how you have problems with your kids, man. You need to confront stuff. So cranberry good for kidneys. That's what they say. Can't do grapefruit. Conflicts with drugs. Didn't know that. Not a grapefruit. Private German grill. Same problem. Not a good idea. What the hell happened? We need to hang people that are corrupt. How about that? Power only corrupts the corruptible. Well, the problem is that you could be like, let's say you're a police officer. I would be a terrible police officer, just so you know. So don't volunteer me for that. You could be trying to do the best job you can, an impossible job, and then you got people on the force that are on the take. What are you supposed to do? Shoot those guys in the back end of the head when they're not looking? Yeah, you probably should do that. But you can't you can't fight the system. If you want to run for government and you want to be the one guy that's not corruptible, it's not going to work for you. If you go into Hollywood, and you're the one guy that isn't going to be into drugs or all kinds of illegal activity, you know, it's you're not going to make it. So I had your first jab, soon to get my second. Looks like it will be the third in November. Third? Once they have figured out how to deal with the three new variants. Jeez. History proves pandemics happen. Most people not aware Spanish flu took place 100 years ago. Yeah, that's true. You have competitors, but for a lot of utilities, it's just not possible. You can't play a railroad tycoon anymore. Yeah. I'm all for privatization of everything, and I'm all for minimalist government, but there can't be any corruption. Corruption's not cool, man. Don't be out being corrupt. But then I'm probably the most unsales weaselly type person there is. I don't play that game. My problem, I guess, is I assume that more people think the way I do than really do. Well, you can't buy me. Now, if I don't have a job and my family's starving, yeah, I might have to do things that, I wouldn't do now, but I don't have that problem, you know? All right. And I find personal responsibility empowering, whereas a lot of people just don't want to deal with it. Like, own your shit. I don't want to go to work every day, but I have to because it's what you got to do. Can't be just like, I don't feel like going to work. I don't feel like going to work every day, but I do. Man, this guy's got a big ass sword. Right. Well, we got the brass right here before it dries out. Let's go ahead and throw that on there. What's this? Nothing? Okay. If I get a text from the wife, I may have to disconnect to take that. But I'm not sure. They've got to be awake by now. 9 o'clock? That's freaking late. I don't remember the last time I slept until 9 o'clock. That's just a waste of a morning. Andrew Reese, welcome. Have I ever looked at Horses of the Things? So I have the rules. The problem is that, and I've played them a couple times. The problem is I'm not really into fantasy, and the rules aren't consistent between all the DBA types. Even when DBA 2.2 was out, its conforming and stuff was different in Hordes of the Things. So I have to pick one. So I'm going to pick the historical one. But I have looked. I have looked into it. I've played it a couple times. Um, it's just fantasy is just not my thing. You know. Only the people want a good leader. You mean the leader doesn't want to be good? Yeah. But I have played it a couple times. It's okay. But again, the problem with the rules are it's that DBA rules, the conforming is too damn complicated. It's too damn confusing what happens when this guy does and lining up and all the geometry is a pain in the ass. The fact that you have riders and you have knights and shooters and they all have different factors, that's easy. We're used to you'll remember that after playing it one time. But it's all of the abstracted stuff that just makes the game too difficult, that makes it difficult to change between one and the other, in my opinion. So I really haven't. I've got the rules. I bought them, I don't know, 20 years ago, probably 15 years ago. Um, but no desire to paint any of the fantasy stuff. Um, just not my thing. I have a limited amount of time to do my hobby, so I just choose to do historical stuff. It excites me to be able to read about it, and I'm not going to read any fantasy, so just not my thing. Even Tolkien never really got into it. I've watched the three Hobbit, not the Hobbit movies, the Lord of the Rings movies. I've seen most of them just once, and then so I was showing my daughter, when she got to be of age where she could watch them, and she watched the first one, reluctantly watched the second one, and said, "Daddy, I don't want to watch the third one. I'm bored." So it's just not our thing, you know. But yet she could sit through Torah, and find no problem. So I'm not much of a fantasy person. Now she does read a lot. She got the reading itch this last year and is just devouring books. And she's reading dystopian. So I guess she's reading fantasy-ish type things as well. But um, I had never seen the Hobbit movie, the new one that came out, and I was saving to watch it with her, but I don't really have the motivation to watch it myself. Just not my thing. It's like science fiction's not really my thing either. So can't disagree with you there. You play many other rule sets. I'm fairly out of the loop when it comes to historical games. I don't. I just play this one. Um, Where's the trenches? Harry Potter. Man, I tried watching the first Harry Potter movie twice, and I made it to about 20 minutes, and I'm like, man, there's no freaking anything goes in this universe. This isn't for me. No, I don't do Harry Potter. I do Star Wars, because I grew up with that. But I don't know that I play any Star Wars games. But the only science fiction I do is I'll play shooters and stuff like that. Like I love Borderlands, like on the console. Um, I don't mind that kind of stuff. But sitting down and painting things for that kind of stuff, nah, not my thing. I'd play it if it looked nice and somebody else provided all the stuff, but you know, I have played other rule sets, but I am to the point where I'm not going to be the prime mover and shaker on anything else that we play. I'm burned out on reading rules. It just seems like work. That doesn't mean I won't play other rules. I just don't want to be the guy that has to be the front man on it. Um, so we played some Gaslands. Gaslands is a great game, um, but it's after playing almost 2,000 games of DBA and still occasionally getting things wrong. It's really unsatisfying to play things incorrectly. So especially now when we're making videos, I mean, we don't want to do stuff wrong. We don't want to show folks how to play things incorrectly if we can avoid it. BattleTech is enjoyable. Yeah, we played that back in the day. Yeah. Steve, I forget, are you ever in the area where you guys used to play with Jeff Franz? He used to be my right hand man right there. That's the original Mitch. And it's a shame he's not around because he'd be a damn good fit with the rest of us. Yeah, I used to play Battletech with him. He was my painting buddy. He was the guy that would come in uh, when he was stationed in Korea. I would wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning at that point. He'd be getting off work and we'd paint together on Skype. God, that was every bit of 10 years ago, maybe 11 years ago. But he would come over on Wednesday nights when he lived here in town, and we would he'd leave his paints and figures and stuff, and he would come over and paint. And sometimes we'd have a beer. We had that second beer. Forget it. We weren't going to get any painting done. But I want to say he was over there in your area, over there in the middle of the country, stationed over there. But I could be wrong. He's moving all over the place. Hard to keep track of him. But it's a shame he's not back in town because he'd be a hell of a good fit. He'd be entertaining as shit to watch too because he doesn't care about losing either. He's got a good attitude and he does things that people don't expect. So, and he's got probably I don't know 50 DBA armies. Of course, they're all 2.2, but that's all right. You know, you can play 3.0 with a 2.2 army. They just behave how they do in 3.0. Some of the first miniatures I sold off were my BattleTech miniatures. We just hadn't played it in 15 years. And yeah, we hooked up. Roommated with him for about a year, way back in the day, early 90s. And yeah, in the mid '90s, he would come over. I had my own place, and he would come over and paint. We'd paint together. Yep, and we were coming up with our own set of World War II rules, but since he was not available as much as Mitch is available, we didn't get very far. And then Face of Battle came out, and that was a hit. I think I only got a chance to play with him one time, and then he's just been with the army, just kind of moving around. So I'm the opposite. I've stayed in the same town my whole life, basically, and I want to keep it that way. I don't. I like to keep chaos at work. Well, I don't want any chaos at work, but that's just one of those things that. Oh, this thing jammed up. There we go. Yep, he's retired now. Yeah, he's retired, but he still has to work. So that's not really retired in my book. Retired for me means I ain't gonna do another damn thing that I don't want to do anymore. That's gonna be my retirement. Like, can we do this? Nope, I don't want to do that shit no more. We ain't gonna do it. I'm retired. That's my idea of retirement. Yeah, he's a great guy. He has a good attitude, and he's one of those. He's the guy, one of the guys I grew up playing miniatures with, and like I said, anybody I've hooked up with that really played miniatures or games with, I don't put up with crappy people. I'm just like, if you end up having a bad attitude, I don't need to play that badly. Okay, so this guy's got green leggings. He's got some kind of a shirt with a little with a hood over it. I don't want to do red because a lot of the Hungarians are red. Let's do yellow for that. I know yellow's a pain to mix up because it doesn't cover worth a damn, but we'll struggle through it. We'll do just fine. We'll use a different yellow this time. This thing hasn't dried out yet. Oh, I hear one of Army Painter mixing balls there. Yeah, he's got about 50 something armies, DBA armies painted. But he claims that he can't paint 15s anymore. He just can't do it anymore. Whether he's got shakes or I don't know. I don't want that. I'd rather have shit my pants disease than shaky hands. Um, Sorry to see him move on. Yeah. Just picked up the latest version of BattleTech by Catalyst. New scale. Oh, crap. Invested in some 3D printed Intersphere mechs to bulk out starter set nostalgia product not played since early 1990s. Yeah. I had lots of people at the show. They're like, man, you need to get a 3D printer. I do not need a 3D printer with no. That's not therapy. And all the damn 3D printers are made in China anyway, so nope. Nope. But I don't want the frustration. You get all excited about printing something and it's like, cool, I'll come back from work, I'll be able to work on this. And then, you know, half hour in of an 8 hour print or a 10 hour print, it starts printing wrong and you've wasted all your material time and more importantly, hopes. Like you have this thing that you're going to work on, whatever this item is, and then you get home from work and then you don't get to do that anymore. It's like, I don't need any more rugs pulled out from under me. So, yeah, it's not for me. I'll let somebody else print it and I'll pay them for it if I need it bad enough. I got plenty of things to paint. I have no shortage of things here that I would enjoy painting. So damn watery. I love the camps he makes. I have several he made. Oh, he sold his camps? He's a good guy. He's the original Mitch. When I say the original Mitch, that's him. Except Mitch doesn't paint and he does. He paints a lot. Or he used to. He paints a lot faster than I do. Man, I need another refill. So now today is a rainy day. That's not going to stop me from spraying. Shouldn't have an issue. Never had one. Hopefully that's not, I don't get burned by that, but it hasn't happened yet. It hasn't happened yet. All right, so yellow. We're gonna do the little covering on this guy's. What the hell is on his head? I'm gonna say it's something different. Yeah, let's just start painting and see what happens. Yeah, this guy's done, man. When these guys are done, we can spray these guys, and then we'll paint the base for this for the war wagon. We'll finish up the war wagon, spray it, epoxy it down, goop around the wheels of it, wait for that to dry, and these boogers are done. So hope is right around the corner, and then we can be painting some Russian knights. I might take a while I'm waiting for things to dry before I start on the Russians. I may go and go through my lead pile and put together a couple of other armies that I have a feeling I wouldn't be interesting. Bandages on the head. It kind of looks like that. Yeah. Have you seen the 3mm World War II and modern line sold by Pico Army? Interesting scale and cheap. So if I was going to play something like Command Decision or Combined Arms or one of those 1 to 5th scale type of games, what I would do is I would use that armor. And like, let's say I was building a platoon of whatever it is, I would mount them, not necessarily 40 by 40, but something like this. And then I would put all 5 little tanks on there, like in a formation or something like that, as opposed to buying them individually. That's what I would do. So I would represent every vehicle, but put them on and then move them around like a counter because it would be cool. I've thought about it, but I don't need to get into other things. I just don't. I don't have the time. I know that if I paint DBA stuff, I'm going to get my use out of it. I absolutely know. So it's not a lost cause. They might end up being losers, as the case for some of my armies, but it's not a lost cause. Yeah, I haven't played against a game against Jeff in 12 years, probably. So something like that. Last con he came to was in 2009. Last con that he came to that I was at as well. So yeah, I wouldn't be able to handle moving around like that. That's just too much chaos in my personal life caused by my job. Not my thing. I have to leave you. My wife is back from work and we're going to do lunch. Well, somebody has to work in your household. Hey, I'll be back on, John Peter. It's good to have you come by. Enjoy your hey, hopefully you have a German meal. That stuff's good. Catch you later on. When we travel places, we always look for German food or Greek food. That's our go-to stuff because we don't have a lot of options for that in this town. We have no options for German food in this town, so. Thanks for hanging with me, folks, this morning. I greatly appreciate it. It's kept me wonderfully on task. I can't believe how much I've gotten done, honestly. It doesn't take that long. You just have to stay on task. I mean, I say that it takes me 4 hours to paint a figure, but I didn't paint these guys in 4 hours. Um, so I'm good till 10. So I'm good for another 35 minutes, unless for some reason I have to get off before then. At 10, I'm going to get other things going. I got to go get some food, is what I need to do. So probably need to shop. And, I will be back at some point. Probably not in the evening. Kind of burned out by the evening, but I'll be back. More than likely. Worst case scenario, I'll be back tomorrow morning. Same bet time, same bet channel. All right. Let me lighten this up a little bit of white. It doesn't have to be super bright yellowy. It can be, faded yellow. This guy could have a hand-me-down. I don't know what the hell's on his head. I'm not going to paint it the same color. It's almost like he has a helmet, and then he has something on top of the helmet. I'm probably going to paint it white and just be done with it. That way it can be, it's some kind of a wrap, something covering a helmet or a bandage. Jeff came to several recruits conversations in Kansas City, played in our DBA tournaments. Okay. Yeah. Kansas City. Is that the middle of nowhere or the middle of everywhere? That's damn near in the center of the country. Damn, our country's just so freaking big. All right, let's paint some faces here. Maybe we can get this guy done by 10. I think so. Oh, the flesh is on another thing. It went away. Whew. We're I need to get some coffee for tomorrow morning, or we ain't gonna make it. I'm actually doing okay with a tiny little bit that I had left over from yesterday. Yeah, I got almost 6 hours of sleep last night. That's not too bad for me. All right, let's darken this up. Whew. What sucks is there's not a place here in town that I can go and get camera devices. You know, like if say I want a different mount here for my phone or something like that. There's nowhere I can go and pick that up. You know, so you invariably have to Amazon everything, and it's just a shame. I don't mind paying more for it. I'd like to try things, you know, before I commit to using them, but those days are gone apparently. I remember one time I wanted to get a microphone for my phone. I go, well, I'll go to Best Buy. Best Buy certainly has some stuff on there. They had one microphone. It was their generic brand, and it was like $50. You know, uh, I always say you're down the street from me because I-10 goes from here to there. Well, I'm about 45 minutes south of I-10 where it hits I-75, but yeah, I guess you are. Arizona Stan. One day we'll get a chance to go there. What's the good month to go to Arizona? Not July, where it's not oppressively hot. I don't know. Maybe there isn't a time to do that. We already have oppressively hot here. We don't need it. That's my average for sleep. Yeah, sleeping's a waste of time. Got to do it, but Best Buy, you don't know what that is? They don't have anything there anymore. There's nothing that I want. I don't buy movies or video games or, you know. February through March. Okay. So that's a spring break place to go. All right. We'll put it on our spring break travel list. The girls went to Colorado last month. Again, they took a friend with them that had never been out there before. So I know Arizona's a land of extremes. You guys got a little bit of everything there. Yeah, we're gonna have to go through the old. We're gonna have to go through Starbucks on my way out. I don't know what the hell they put in their coffee, but man, you could pour that over a graveyard and the freaking zombies would come out of the ground. Their stuff is so damn strong. And I can handle my caffeine, but holy shit, their stuff is strong. My son and his wife live in Phoenix. We visit in March or April. The heat is dry, unlike the humidity you are used to. Yeah, I don't like the humidity, but it's good for me. Um, when I went to Colorado, it was so oppressively dry that you just have to drink so much water or you get a massive headache. And I'm like against anything other than a headache. I mean, I'll take anything. Explosive diarrhea, I'll take it over a headache. I just may not be able to leave the house, but I can't think with a headache. I absolutely detest headaches. So I had to be extremely proactive when I was drinking that. But my wife just experienced it and commented on it again. When we went to Colorado, we went to Colorado, Utah. You put on clean clothes, you're in 60 or 70-degree weather, you're outside, you come back at the end of the day, and your clothes still smell clean. You go to the mailbox here in 40-degree weather, and you smell like a shrimp salad when you come back inside. And that's in 40-degree weather. I can't stand smelling like that. You don't smell like BO, you smell like whatever the environment is. So, um, General Stewart once said, if Arizona had a little bit more water, it would be just like hell. That's awesome. That is an awesome saying. Oh, good one, man. Good one. No, but it's cool. I want to see them damn red rocks you guys have out there. That's like the moon for me. I go and see mountains and it's like it's like another planet. Mountains for me. So, I don't want to live in a place that gets snows. That's another pain in the ass. Like, all right, we have the day off. What do you get to do? Freaking shovel up snow. Oh no. Another Mother Nature misbehaving situation. No. No thanks. But it's amazingly beautiful. Studio WGS, welcome in Malaysia. Awesome. The land of what do we find out that you guys made that you didn't even know? Matchbox cars, Hot Wheel cars? Yeah. Let's see. Is that correct? Yep, made in Malaysia. Excellent. Keep making stuff. I will happily buy Malaysian products. I got to sit down and remember how to play Gaslands again. It's not that difficult. I just don't want to get it wrong or whatever. So we're not to the point where we can film those games. That's a hell of a fun game, though. You get the right people. We have the right people for that. That's a fun freaking game. That's like a game like, well, let's play it. Oh wait, Luke's not coming. Never mind. We'll wait for him to show up because he's just so entertaining. He should. If the state government saw him play that game, his driver's license should be revoked. You know, all the Hot Wheels made. Yeah, good. That's a cool industry. If it can feed people, but I don't understand how Hot Wheels are so damn cheap. I mean, they're 97 cents. I mean, how does that work? I don't understand how they're so inexpensive. Okay, so the sleeves and the rest of his shirt looks like it's all connected together. All right, so we got a blue and a white. We've got a red and a white. We've got a red and a yellow. Yellow, green, and what's the other color that would be on here? I'm gonna do white because that just seems, that's a really easy color to have things in. But we're gonna dirty it up with brown instead of white, instead of black. I take it you live on the, in Malaysia, you live on the Kuala Lumpur side, not on the part that's in Borneo, I take it. I didn't think I knew that, did you? I used to know geography better than history, by all means. It's a lot more useful. Let's put it that way. But again, if you don't use it, you lose it. So, okay, Steve, thanks for coming by. You too. Have a good day. Of course, I could just not work on the Russians next to start the new army. Nah, building the early Russians is, I think, what I got to do. Um, Besides, you guys will get to see those, me do those little big man studios stress out transfers and live. Those are beautiful decals, but man, they are stress inducing for sure because they're not forgiving at all. Geography is cool. I don't teach that in school anymore. I didn't. I almost feel like I didn't learn shit in school. All the stuff, that good stuff to learn, you learn up on your own. History, all that stuff. Geography is really, really cool. Absolutely. I love maps. Probably more than history. So interesting. I'm watching this on the computer and also on the TV, on the what's being recorded, and you guys actually have a bigger view of what I'm seeing. So I gotta make sure that I don't have any blow up dolls or something like that in the background. Oh man. You'd think you'd just see whatever screen I see, but you guys have a bigger view than I do. So so we got a final 15 minutes, but that's good because we've had almost a 4 hour run so far. So this is good. The early Russian list, which is 278, I think, 280, something like that, 279. I've got most of the army done except the 5 stanza knights. I believe it's 5 stands, and I've got of those knights. I believe I have 5 of them painted, which means I would have 10 left to do, including the commander. So. Oh, the delay on the feed is not very long. Maybe 3 seconds, maybe less than that. Unfortunately, I'm getting a really poor quality feed. I don't know if that's. Oh, it says auto and it's set at 144p. What's this look like? 20. Oh yeah, it looks a hell of a lot better. There you go. It's like if you're gonna paint white in this style, you can't start with straight white because you can't lighten white up more than you already have it. That is the brightest it gets. So you got to use that as the last little bit. All right, we got left on this guy. We got a belt. Got the thing, little belts go on. The little bolts go on. What's at the top of his head? And all right, so we're going to go ahead and do what's on the top of his head. We're going to use white again, but we're going to darken it with black. All right, let's use a leathery type color for that. Nearly 2 a.m. here. Dirk, thanks for hanging out with us. We'll catch you tomorrow, maybe. Good night. Out in New Zealand. As opposed to Old Zealand. Oh, I hear a happy frog out there. It's definitely frog weather. Oh, I didn't mean to do the scabbard in the same color. All right. I know what we're going to do then. We're going to go ahead and lighten up the sword here. But with this, we're going to keep going in the same direction we were. And then we'll give it a little bit. Oh, let's make sure we grab the right color. All right, now we'll add a little bit of white to this color. Okay, we got to do the handle here on the sword. We've been doing that in kind of a light gray color. See you tomorrow. Duke of Edinburgh's funeral has started. Okay. Yep. Still going, Joe. Yep. This is the last crossbowman, and then this war wagon will be done. At least the crew for the war wagon will be done. So, looks pretty likely I'll get the war wagon done this weekend. Okay, let's do some light colored shoes for this dude. Everybody seems to have pretty bright ones, pretty dark ones. Okay. Think we can call this guy done. Just in the nick of time, too. Okay, here's the crew for the war wagon. And here's the war wagon. Mostly done. Okay, well, thanks for joining me, folks. And we'll catch you on maybe later on today. And maybe we'll do some more painting. If not, definitely tomorrow morning. Okay, 4 hours and 4 minutes. Excellent. Thanks for joining me. Happy painting, folks. Bye-bye.